So you passed. What's your first hot toy? Rex. So you passed the $500 threshold.
Yes. Yes, I have.
Good for you, sir. You've taken your first step into a logic. Yeah. Well, that's always a fun thing.
I'm trying to decide who would be next, whether I want to do Obi-Wan or Anakin from Clone Wars, or maybe even Bo-Katan. So.
Well, I don't want to be an enabler, but that Anakin, that Clone Wars Anakin, especially if you go for the staff too. I mean, that'll take you almost to 1,000.
Yeah.
But worth.
So,
you know you want to do. How does your wife feel about it? You didn't tell her, did you? You didn't tell her. You just got a box in the mail. You're like, oh, that's for me, honey, and you spirited it away somewhere so you can open it up. And when you put it up on the, you take it out of the box and set it up, the girls think, what's that, $25 at Target?
No, they're out in the living room, so they're quite on display. But she actually enables me with my Black Series figures.
So. Oh, and well, that's why, because those are not nearly
right.
the yeah.
Right.
Rogue Thinker says I've walled my in with these shelves. Yes, all of the shelves but 2 are in the observatory, but I did put the garage door down for good because I had to put these shelves up against it. But yeah, there's shelves all the way around me. There's the Homage cases over there. My physical media is over here. So soon I'll do a whole observatory thing. And I have to say, if anybody wants to come to California and come in here, I will host all of you, because if you hear the ear-splitting volume of this current 7.1 Dolby Atmos system, it will blow your mind. It is so overpowered. It is so ridiculous. Like, think about the most ridiculous bass speaker you've heard in someone's car, like that you can hear from a block away. This is louder. It's louder in here. The subwoofer, it's unbelievable. It's like Alex Marty McFly. I was going to say Alex Keaton. That's a different thing. Marty McFly, when he turns on the speaker at the beginning of Back to the Future and goes bang, gets blown. That's what we're in here. And I can support 4 more speakers. I just don't know if it makes sense, because I could put 2 more Atmos speakers in here and 2 more surrounds. But the thing is, in the space, you don't want the sound to turn to mush. So, but I invite all of you. I have access now. All of my discs, unlike Dieter Bastian, you can get to every title, anything you want. And I've got all the 4Ks. I did something I don't normally do. I put all the 4Ks in one place. I had everything alphabetized all at once, but now I've moved the 4Ks. Now I'm fully Dolby Vision, Dolby Atmos. I'm state of the art, baby. So anybody, you want to come to Southern California, you are welcome. We have a guest room. Come on down. So Julian, you can play with my hot toys.
Hey, awesome. So, I think I'll get this thing off to a real good start.
All right.
We gotta go. We're Star Wars already. We gotta go to Obi-Wan. And
Do we? No, I'm just kidding.
This is more of a, I don't know, maybe it's set, or I don't know what, but episode 3 and that checkpoint scene with the laser gate with 3 lasers.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, it's obviously meant to stop vehicular traffic, and then they do this whole thing about how he has to shoot it to get it to stop. And I'm like, what the hell are they thinking? And I don't know if that's like, they looked at the set, they got out there, because that was shot on location, and you get out there and you go, okay, well, did the creators, did the writers not, communicate with the set designers, or, what? It's like, what? We need a whole wall that goes up so that they have to go through this area. How does that happen in a production?
I there's a lot of things that I question about, as the viceroy of verisimilitude, if you're going to have that kind of I mean, I can understand it's a temporary stop they put up,
Right.
and they're stopping vehicles, but you would think that they would have things that they could mount on the canyon walls or something, so they could make a seal between an area, like any force field in the Star Wars universe. Like, they have ships, and then you can see a giant window or a giant opening where the vacuum of space is, and they've got a force field that keeps space out. So with that kind of technology, you'd think they'd have shield generators, like temporary generators they could put on each side of a canyon wall or something, and generate a seal, so you couldn't get through.
Right.
You could just walk around.
Yeah.
Or how about what is it, Tala? What's her name? The Game of Thrones Mrs. Sandsnake. Like when she grabs the stormtrooper by his mask and like throws him away, and it's a frustrating show.
I've seen, you've watched football, you've seen guys have their mask get grabbed, and if you grab somebody by that face mask, they are yours. You can do whatever you want with them pretty much if you get them at the right leverage. So I can see that when she grabbed the guy by the mask, but when she slapped the first guy, that I thought I heard a metallic thunk. She may have had the communicator in her hand, so it may have helped lessen the blow, but on her hand. But it was kind of iffy. Anything that it makes you go, wait a minute, and there's been an awful lot of that in this series. Wait a minute.
Yeah. Well, and that, to me, I have to say that for me, that's a directing thing. That's absolutely, when you're looking in the frame and you're blocking action, and and that's what I find frustrating about this particular show. A lot of the effects look cheap. They don't even shoot Darth Vader correctly. If you look at how Darth Vader appears in Star Wars and Empire, he's shot with very specific lenses, and they make choices to make him even more menacing. And I feel that there are things about the production of Star Wars, like the actual physical production, that have been lost. Like they've got James Earl Jones's voice is amazing. Whatever they're doing, whatever their pitch, however they're matching it, it's unbelievable. I love the voice performance.
Sounds good.
It's so good. And they're doing such a good job. Then they don't shoot him right, and his costume doesn't look right. It like, it's very frustrating. So yeah.
Well,
look, I find that and I only say this because I wanted to see a show that focused exclusively on Obi-Wan Kenobi. I was very curious. I mean, here's a man 10 years after I don't know if any literary or any fictional character has failed more than Obi-Wan Kenobi has, as part of the Jedi Order, which let Palpatine and the evil of the Sith rise amongst them. And then his Padawan becomes the greatest menace to the galaxy. I mean, Obi-Wan and he's been stewing on this for 10 years. A man who's not suffering from PTSD, who's suffering from amazing survivor's guilt.
Oh, yeah.
And I wanted to see, how does a man like that drag himself back to the land of the living? And I feel like, well, we got a Disney story. Let's go rescue a young princess. Let's do what we did in, Star Wars. I mean, it would have been a far more interesting proposition if it was Bail Organa who had been kidnapped, and Kenobi had to go after him, because then you could have made it. I mean, the idea that, like, Moses Ingram's character, I actually kind of like her as Reva, and she's gotten better. They've given her more to do, but the movies or the show is more her story. Like, I wish they did an Inquisitor's story about Reva as a youngling that was there when the Jedis were slaughtered in the Jedi Temple, and she decided to play the long game to get her revenge. And you saw her life and how she worked her way up to become an Inquisitor just to get her hands around Vader's throat or whatever. That would have been that's a great story. And I feel like we're getting glimpses of it in this show, but it doesn't belong. Like it's actually Reva's story is fighting against Obi-Wan's story that was half baked in the first place. But that's just me. I mean, I want to see it's like I want to love Star Wars. And I feel that Star Wars is sort of beyond the fan base. People who love Star Wars now, there's no critical acumen anymore when it comes to Star Wars. And look, I'll flat out admit it. I mean, Star Wars changed my life, and I saw Empire Strikes Back 26 times in the theater. For me, that was it. Because Return of the Jedi remains, to this day, the single most disappointing experience I've ever had in a movie theater. I know people are like, well, what? What, Elaine? What? But it was the most disappointing experience I ever had in a movie theater. I love the swashbuckling rescue of Han, and I love Vader and Luke and the Emperor's confrontation. The rest of that movie is completely disposable. And it should have been epic. It should have been Kurosawa's Ron, or it should have been the end of King Lear. It should have been something. But and so for me, Star Wars was 2 great movies, and the rest has all been variations on a theme. So I'm probably, not the guy to judge, but I think Obi-Wan Kenobi, I honestly don't know. I watched the series. We're 5 episodes into a 6-episode series. I really don't know what it's about. I don't know who it's about. And I certainly, Obi-Wan Kenobi is a generic call to action hero. And we've seen none of it. I mean, even when we see the flashback in the 5th episode, Anakin and Obi-Wan, we already know all of that. The lesson learned at the end, you always go for the kill shot. Yeah, we know, dude. We saw it. We've seen it. We saw it all through the Clone Wars. We saw it in Attack of the Clones. We saw it in Revenge of the Sith. We get it. And they string one duel out throughout the entire episode, and we're supposed to have some shocking revelation. I mean, shouldn't that show have wouldn't it have been more interesting? And I'm the guy that always says never judge something about what you want it to be. Judge it on what it is. But what this is not a show about Obi-Wan Kenobi. There's all this other stuff. You had to bring in Princess Leia. You have to have an Inquisitor. You have to have Darth Vader. But if they really did a cool show, it should have been about Vader's ascendant. Kenobi is not. And it should have been about these 2 men meeting again. And what does it mean to the 2 of them from a psychological perspective? Anakin says as Vader, "You made me what I am." That was good stuff. But what if, these guys were on this collision course and we got insight into when we meet Vader for the first time, he's like on Mustafar in his castle sitting in a throne. Like, what? Is that what he does? He just chills out on his volcano planet and does nothing? Like, he should have been subjugating planetary populations. And I feel like we're watching shows that are not thought through. But I'm an old man shouting at clouds. So what do I know? Wait, hang on, wait, before you cut him off. Julian, I just pontificated. What do you think?
Yeah, you have, your points are well taken. A lot of, I kind of, I go back and I listen to stuff after the episodes. I'll listen to Force Center with Ken Napzok and Joseph Scrimshaw and some of those others, and I'll watch
those are great guys, and they really know their shit.
Yeah, and what I appreciate from their point of view is that they catch a lot of the themes that are running through. So even if the story is not where we want it to, it's still catching those Star Wars themes that, for all intents and purposes, that's what they've decided this is what Star Wars is. And so I can appreciate it for that, at least, while still looking at the production itself and going, wow, I wouldn't have done that. I wouldn't have taken that, I would have done something different with that scene there, I would, when Vader sees that second ship start to take off, he should have reached out and grabbed it again, and that's when Reva should have attacked him. That would have made that scene a lot more believable. At least it would have been her being more in concert with what Obi-Wan was hoping she would do.
Mm-hmm.
The result would still be the same, and you get the whole thing where he grabs the ship. They're like, oh crap, and then she steps in, and he has to let it go so that he can deal with her.
Yep.
And it's still the same result, and it makes for a better scene. So,
I agree.
It's a lot of, it's too bad. It's too bad they made this decision. It's too bad they made that decision, and so just trying to see the light where where it can be seen.
No, I mean, I look. I think the funny thing is even more so than Star Trek, no franchise has more goodwill from its fan base, despite the internet, than Star Wars does. Everybody wants to love Star Wars. Everybody. And it's the one franchise where we're all willing to overlook a lot. I love the universe. I want to be there. But I look at this stuff and, I feel that one of the things that has become a crutch for Book of Boba Fett, for Mandalorian, for Obi-Wan is shooting in the volume stage. It's become a crutch. And the fact is, that's why everyone walks everywhere. And they've got very simple backgrounds. Tatooine, let's go back to Tatooine because it's really easy to use on the volume stage. And I think it's really hampering. It's so funny because we're getting this low budget indie Star Wars that is locked into this one production methodology. Look, I think I'll go on a limb. I think the Andor series is going to blow everybody away.
I hope so.
I really do. The writing staff, they shot it in England. I don't think they're as tied down to the volume stage thing as they were, but I'll tell you, I do think the Andor series is like if I was a betting man, I would go all in on that show.
That trailer was pretty damn incredible.
Yeah, and the tone was there. And I mean, after all, it's called Star Wars, and Disney wants to make wars as palatable and survivable and as well. It's kind of fun to be in a war, aren't we? And look, I think bringing the actress that plays young Princess Leia is great, but really, is that where you wanted to go? The rescue of Princess Leia again? It's like, because she's a Disney kid, she's Brave, she's Mulan, she's any number of characters. But anyway, I'm an old man yelling at the clouds. God damn it! Yes.
Hey, Rob. I'm here. Hey, guys. Thank you. Hey, Rob. How are you?
I am well, but you know what the question is, Fernando? How's your mom?
I'll let you say it. Go ahead. No, she's doing well, and she says hello.
All right.
She's doing very well. And I do appreciate you asking. I really, really do. So,
well, you know what? I think your mom's my favorite person I've never seen or met.
I gotta have her come on. Yeah,
you gotta have her come on because your sunny disposition means anything. She's done well.
Thank you. Well,
and she's a movie fan. Have you guys gone to the movies lately? Have you watched anything lately?
Yes, we went to see Jurassic Dominion.
Right. Okay.
Yes, we went to see that, and Top Gun Maverick. I took her to see that.
What'd she think?
She loved it. She loved it better than the original.
Yeah, well, it's a much better. I think it's a much better film. Now, did you get to see it like where you are? Do you have good theaters?
Yeah, we have an AMC. Unfortunately, we couldn't see it in an IMAX because of the time of the shows and all that.
Yeah.
But we saw it at a AMC.
Did you see it in the Dolby Cinema there?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Incredible. I mean, their Dolby Cinemas. The presentation's amazing. The black levels are incredible. The sound's incredible. So is your mom one of those people that doesn't like loud sound? Because my mom gets pissed.
She does, but depending on if it's a really good movie, she'll put up with it. Like in Top Gun, for example, with the
And the sound is justified.
Yeah, exactly. That's the word, justified. If it's justified, then it's fine. But if it's not, if it's two people yelling, then no, that kind of thing. The other thing she doesn't like, and is like when there's too much unnecessary violence, what you guys would call eye violence, when
Yeah.
when like
Moms don't
Game
like
of
eye
Thrones,
violence. That's like a law.
she's not a fan of that.
Yeah.
So if it's a movie where I think it's going to be too much violence, I won't take her, because I know she's not gonna appreciate it.
I just like that you go to the movies with your mom.
Yeah.
The last movie that I went to with my mom was Avatar.
Oh wow.
And I'm actually I know, which is in 2009.
Yes.
And she was 70 years old, and we were in Palm Springs at my grandfather's house after he had passed away, her dad, and she'd never seen a movie in IMAX 3D.
Wow.
And my unimaginative mother, I had never seen, eyes wide as big as saucers when that movie was over.
Yes.
She turned to me and she said, "How did they do that?"
Right.
She loved it. So the next movie, I've told her already. I go, "Mom, you and I have a date." She's like, we do. I said, "Yeah, in December, Mom. I'm flying up. I am coming to Seattle just to take you to see Avatar: The Way of Water."
Good for you, Rob. That's good. What a
Told
nice
her.
son. Good for you. The fact that you're gonna go up there just to spend time with her and watch that movie with her, I think it's great.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see her enough, and she's up there. She's 83 now.
Yeah. Well, it's same age as my mom, and you don't know how much more time you have with them. She's a healthy woman, but still, when you reach that age, you you don't know how much longer you have. So
no, I mean, my mom, she's pretty loose. Like, if you talk to her on the phone, you'd be hard pressed. I mean, I would ask you, how old do you think my mom is? You'd probably say what she's like. Well, knowing she's my mom, but if you just talk to her as a person, she sounds like she's like my age.
Right, because I've heard you on the phone when you had her during one of the Robservation shows, and you had her on the phone. She sounded young.
Yeah, she sounds young.
Yeah.
And that's because she's a crazy cat lady, and the cats have breathed life into her so they can have more sustenance. They're like, we got to make sure this lady keeps going, because how else are we going to get? I'm convinced.
Well, my mother keeps active physically. She goes to the gym 3 times a week, and
oh,
she
nice.
takes classes. I mean, she tries to stay active. She believes in that. She goes for walks. She wants to stay.
Well, that's what they say, that moving and working keeps people alive.
Yes.
I mean, the human body was not meant to stay sedentary.
No.
Unless you're binge watching, For All Mankind, then you can just sit there for 10 hours. It's fine.
I gotta get into. I haven't watched that show. That's one of the shows that's on my list. I gotta tell you guys. The 3rd season started. Because Elizabeth has not watched For All Mankind. She was watching the 1st season. I have literally watched the 1st season of For All Mankind twice through in the last week, because she falls asleep halfway through, so I keep watching it. It's so good. It's so good. If you guys haven't seen For All Mankind, you gotta watch it. It's so good. All right. I'm gonna be in LA on Labor Day weekend. I got tickets to go see John Williams in concert.
Nice.
At the Hollywood Bowl.
Are you coming with your mom?
No, unfortunately, no. I'm going with a friend of mine.
Okay. Well, how long you be here for?
About 5 days.
Oh, dude, I'll come pick you up.
Okay.
We got to do a show from here.
Okay.
And while we're live, I'm going to turn the volume up just to see your face. It'll be like the agonizer in Mirror Mirror and TOS. Like Chekhov.
There you go. There you go.
Well,
I'll have my mom watch the show.
Oh yeah, no, you got to come out here. Okay, we got a guest room. Spend the night. We'll hang out.
Okay.
And yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, now that I have a permanent place.
Yes.
And yeah, all of you, you're all
welcome.
Good,
by the way. I like what you did with the shelves. It's looking good. When you're finished, you got to do a show
Yeah, well, just so people know, I'm going to be close to the shelves. I'm pulling back. I'm just kind of I've been in the middle of the room. I'm going to pull back so you can see more. There's also going to be colored gels and lights everywhere.
Yeah.
Like there were, and I mean, I don't know if I can do it right now. I will have multiple cameras. I used to have 2 cameras when I did Robservations, but I'm going to have a Hefner cam.
Yes.
Like Playboy After Dark. There's going to be a Hefner cam in the corner that's going to give you a God's eye view because he's in heaven now. So it's going to be Hef cam looking down, and I want to have people be able to come here. And what's interesting is when you pull back, I have I have a very funky, ridiculous case study day bed that it goes in front of the desk that's here, so you can literally chill out on this day bed as you look up there at the 65-inch screen.
Right.
Dude, I got the Xbox X and the PlayStation 5 rocking. I got 2 different 4K disc players and a laser disc player.
Nice.
Not that I will ever, put laser discs up. I mean, I have it. I mean, you can look at the I'm not going to hook it up to that TV.
What kind of sound system did you say you have?
Okay, I have I've got there was a Klipsch sound system, and when I got it, I had no idea how big these are speakers. It was a bundle.
Okay.
I had no idea how big they were.
Right.
They are twice the size that I thought that they were. I mean, here, wait a second. You can't. The center channel, is like this big, and it's ridiculous. And when I got it, it was like I didn't. The subwoofer alone is monstrously huge.
Okay.
And I didn't know. It's so funny to. I still am having a hard time adjusting the speakers because if something is overpowered, it becomes mushy.
Yes.
And what you want is I've got enough spread in the speakers, but the sound field is still. I actually have for my amplifier, I do have it's a little sensor that you can move around, and it plays white noise from all the speakers individually and adjusts for the room. But it's changed since I brought in all the walls. I mean, all the shelves, because these books, it acts like a sound dampening field. So, and I now have to move the rear surround channels. It's just, let me tell you, these are the height of film people problems.
Nice, but it's going to look and sound really incredible.
Yeah, well, the best part is all of my physical media is accessible, so you can look at everything and find what you want to watch.
Gotcha.
That's the whole point, is to have people come over here and dazzle them. Like, do you have like Double Indemnity, in 4K? And I can say yes, I do.
Yes, I got that one too.
How have you watched it?
I have.
It is so gorgeous.
It is my favorite film noir. Well,
this is Star Wars of film noir.
Well,
Double Indemnity is the Star Wars of film noir.
But how many movies have tried to copy it?
Every movie.
Exactly.
Every movie does.
I loved it, and I was so happy when they because I pre-ordered Heat on Steelbook 4K. I jumped on that.
You're a good man. Why wouldn't you?
I love
everybody.
Heat.
All of you should.
Heat is one of my favorite movies.
Yeah, but you know what? In 30 seconds, you would not leave your mother. If the Heat's around the corner, you would not leave your mom. You would not drop everything and walk away.
Probably.
Come on, you know you wouldn't.
That's true. That is very true. That is very
I know,
true.
right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I would like to drop everything and leave. Trust me. More often than, but then I would be like, my discs are here, my books are here. I can't just go.
So if you were on an island, what 3 movies would you want on an island with you?
Okay, I've asked this question. You're not being fair. You got to give me 10. And you have to preface it by saying that I have a full Dolby Atmos surround sound system that's solar powered that miraculously washed up on the beach with my movies.
Okay. So we know Star Trek would be up there, the original, obviously.
No, here's the thing. You have movies, right?
Yes, movies.
Okay. I wouldn't take no science fiction.
Really?
Yeah, you know why?
Why?
Because if I was stuck on a desert island, I would want to be reminded of the real world.
Okay.
So here's what I would say. I would say All About Eve, 1950
Right.
Best Picture, because it's one of my
Right.
favorite movies of all time. Almost Famous, the extended cut, Cameron Crowe's Almost Famous. All That Jazz, the A's, because All That Jazz is the movie that made me want to edit. I love All That Jazz. I think it's incredible. Let's see. I gotta go Kubrick, but it's hard. It's hard to say because Clockwork Orange was one of my favorite movies when I was a kid, when I was 13, 14, 15. I still love it. But the punk rock sensibility, the transgressive sensibility that I have, I might go back to, like, I love The Killing. I love Dr. Strangelove. I love Lolita. I love Barry Lyndon. I don't know. So I have to take some Kubrick with me. I'd have to take The Godfather 1 and 2. I have to take Amelie because it never ceases to put a smile on my face. I'd probably have to take Goodfellas and Casino. I think Goodfellas is overall a better movie, but the first hour of Casino is some of the best filmmaking I've ever seen. And I like Las Vegas. And as good as Goodfellas is, I might take Casino just because I love the filmmaking so much. Let's see what else I'm putting on. I'm drawing a blank now. I'm looking at all this. I'm overwhelmed by stuff. I'd probably have to take Close Encounters and Raiders, because why not? Or dispense with those and go with Empire of the Sun, because I hated Empire of the Sun when I first saw it. I thought it was way over directed, and now it's become one of my favorite Spielberg movies. And you got to take Spielberg. I might take one of the most compulsively rewatchable movies of the modern age, I think, is The Social Network. I don't know why. I love I love David Fincher. I love Seven. I love Fight Club, but I think maybe his best movie might be Social Network, just because I don't know why. I don't know. I don't know why. But that's, I don't know. Am I up to 10? Those are some of the movies off the top of my head, but they change every day. I'm drinking sugar lemonade. This is bad for me.
Oh, hello, Rob from Iowa here.
Iowa, all the way from, you're the second person here from Iowa.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Look up the other one.
Hey, all right. Go Hawks.
Yeah. Well, they're cool. Yeah. I got a degree there. My daughter's fan, or she married into a bunch of Iowa Staters, but yeah.
Mm-hmm. I
got a question for you. I had the misfortune of watching Morbius with my daughter last night for the first time, and I kind of wish I had done that. What do you see with? Do you think Kevin Feige called Avi up and said, "What the hell are you doing?" Because that movie was the worst comic book movie I've ever seen, easily.
I think it's a very interesting case study to look at that film. Coming on the heels, it was supposed to come out, I think, before Spider-Man No Way Home, but coming on the heels of that, to me, Morbius is the ultimate example of studio interference, of studios second guessing what they've done. There's not even any blood in that movie. And when you see blood, like, you're making a movie about a vampire, and here's the funny thing. You have an Oscar-winning actor in Jared Leto, who people love. You've cast him in the role of Michael Morbius, this vampire. And a vampire, by definition, is killing people and drinking their blood. And that entire movie is trying to get away from that fact. They're like, yeah, he's a vampire, but, I mean, it's such a weird, like, here's what I think studios should do. If you're going to make a vampire movie based on a Marvel Comics character that's a vampire, make a fucking vampire movie. Embrace it. Don't pussyfoot around the fact that your main character, like, oh my God, we have to have Jared Leto. They wanted Morbius to be some kind of a hero or whatever. And when you make this film, it doesn't, none of it works. None of it. And Jared Leto was not bad in it. He's trying to sell it, but the entire premise of that film is the antithesis of what the vampire mythology is all about. And that film smacked of a studio scared to death of what they'd made. And it does not give me hope. I mean, look, even Venom and Carnage, or Venom and Let There Be Carnage, even those movies, they've soft pedaled both Venom and Carnage. And now they're making a Kraven movie. Kraven the Hunter, the man who wanted to literally bag Spider-Man. I'm sure they're going to turn him into a misunderstood anti-hero. And it's because what's so funny is these larger entertainment concerns, their idea of what storytelling is antithetical, I think, to what real storytelling is all about. When you are seeing, I mean, the great thing about vampire stories is, yeah, vampires kill people. They drink their blood and they kill them, or they seduce the women and create a vampire harem, the undead, or whatever. Everything that vampires do is completely not cool in our culture right now. The idea that women would be attracted to someone like a vampire who would seduce them and drink their blood and ensorcel them. No one even wants to embrace all of that vampire mythology anymore, because it's not very nice. Those people they're controlling, they're bad people. But that's why we like them. Whether vampires are male or female, listen, I watched The Hunger, and Marion Blaylock, played by Catherine Deneuve, if she promised me 300 years with her, partying in New York, playing classical music and drinking people's blood in my fabulous brownstone in New York City, I'd be like, you know what? If after 300 years, I'm going to age to an old man in one day and you're going to put me in a wooden box up in your attic, worth it. Worth it. And I think that's the problem with all of this genre entertainment. Everyone is afraid to embrace anymore, especially in horror, what you're actually dealing with, what the vampire mythology was all about. And Morbius, they wanted to make him a palatable hero for kids. So they had to, none of it worked. And they had to make it palatable. They moved away from the very mythology that they were supposed to be embracing. Yeah. And it's terrible.
Yeah, it was an interesting comment. There are only mercenaries. The first 8 people he killed.
Well, yeah, isn't that funny? As if mercenaries aren't human.
Yeah, I mean, most of them are.
What's really strange about these movies is there, as you just pointed out, there's a hierarchy of people that it's okay to kill.
That happens in almost every movie. It seems like you go through the bunch of guys that are just collecting a paycheck, killing, and then you get to the big bad, and all of a sudden it's an ethical quandary whether you should put this guy down or not, even if he's trying to kill you.
Why do you think that is?
Like you said, there's they don't embrace the fact that you have villains and you have moral ambiguity, and then also. It's like when you watch even a Star Trek movie and all the all the people off the main deck are killed. Nobody cares, but if a deck crew member dies, it suddenly is the hugest tragedy in the world. I mean,
no, look. The two words Star Trek I wasn't going to try and bring up, but probably the most egregious example of our times is what has been done to Star Trek. And you just nailed it. Star Trek never has a franchise been more guilty of casually killing people and making it acceptable than Star Trek.
Yeah.
And Star Trek was the franchise that made, I mean, people laugh about it. Well, what about red shirts, Rob? They were all felt. The death of red shirts was not something, they were not disposable people. And
yeah. And one of William Shatner's best scenes is when he goes to the widow of the woman, and they had just had the wedding
in Balance of Terror.
Yeah, that was a tremendous scene.
Absolutely. Now Star Trek has normalized death and murder.
Yeah.
And that is something that people ask me, well, you know, hey, every single day people come at me hard for my version or my opinions about Star Trek. But what's terrifying to me is that people love modern Star Trek. That has normalized murder and violence and denigration of the human spirit. But that's just me. What do I know? I'm an old white man shouting at the clouds.
So going forward, do you think this Madam Web movie will ever be made? Or, I mean, that's the same creative team that's going to be on that. I don't know why to begin with. But.
I honestly, of all the characters, Madam Web, I mean, and what's interesting is the original Madam Web is an old woman, and you know, like a grandmother. Which, by the way, if they went that direction, I'm like, I'm like, all right, you guys go. But no, it's Dakota Johnson, who I love. I love Dakota Johnson. It's by the way in The Social Network. Dakota Johnson. She's going to play the new Madam Web.
Okay, they've already cast. I didn't keep up. They've already cast it then, and
I just look. Morbius to me was a grand misfire in the best of the 90s tradition. And I honestly don't understand how that happened. And I think that somebody didn't realize that, oh, wait a minute, Morbius is a vampire movie.
Yeah. Well, I'd say even Morbius. I mean, I'd rewatch Daredevil or Elektra long before I'd watch Morbius again.
I think the director's cut of Mark Steven Johnson's Daredevil is actually very watchable. Uh-huh. You know, I think Ben Affleck, he puts his all into that role, but that movie is very problematic from a production standpoint because there's no verisimilitude. The opening shot of the film is a CG rat in a gutter in New York, and then all of the shots. I mean, I think that movie would have been so much better if they just went to New York and shot it on the streets. None of that movie looks real. It all looks like it takes place in movie world, which hurts it, I think.
And then do you see what do you think Sony's going to do going forward? I mean, they have this Madam Web and Craven movies. I mean, do you think they're just going to take their hits on these before they finally figure it out? Or
look, I think Morbius was a black eye, a stain, and the Venom and Let There Be Carnage worked. I mean, Venom made almost 900 million, and Let There Be Carnage made half a billion, 500 million. So those are hits, and I think that character appeals. There's a lot of, like, you know, if you go to a bar and drink a lot of beer, you'll like the Venom movies. They're very satisfying in a certain way. I personally did not like those movies, but they were what they were, and they appealed to a certain fan base. I think Morbius has to give them pause. And the idea of I understand they're trying to milk the Spider-Verse, but what they don't realize is ultimately Venom and Carnage were those two Venom movies were successful because Venom is directly related to Spider-Man, and Venom, everyone knows it. Morbius the Living Vampire was not just in Spider-Man, and it's like a generic vampire character that has, I mean, no ties to Spider-Man. The thing is, a Venom movie promises Spider-Man might show up. And Madam Web has all kinds of different things going on. Multiverse ties. I don't know what they're going to do with that. Maybe it won't get made. I don't know. I think they're going to have to really look at where Morbius winds up in terms of streaming and physical media and all that. But I can't imagine. I mean, who did that movie satisfy? That movie was one of the most profoundly disappointing studio films, I think, of the last decade, honestly, because if they embraced what that was, could have made a great film, but they didn't. They tried to pretend it wasn't. It's like making a PG Alien versus Predator movie. Like, really? You know, you've got these blood-soaked franchises that are based in creatures that violate the human body in the worst way, and you want to team them up and make, a PG-13 movie so kids can watch it. This is the thinking in Hollywood. Let's put an alien and a predator together in movies where they're eviscerating human beings and make PG-13. Don't do that. Don't take R-rated monsters and turn them into PG-13 monsters. RoboCop should not be for kids. And yet they do that. Morbius, let's make him. We want him on lunch boxes, don't we? Pisses me off, man. By the way, if I'm wrong, you can just tell me I'm full of shit. I've been getting that a lot on Twitter in the last 24 hours. Oh, thank you. I was not even looking at that because I forgot where. Well, good. If anybody sends in super chats or tips or anything, I can look. I can look at them and we will answer them. That's what she said.
All right.
You look like an imperial officer right now.
I got me in full costume. I'm doing a children's show shoot, so it's like
nice.
A jumpsuit.
It looks great.
Thank you.
Very convincing, Joey. I'm scared.
I'm not playing an imperial officer.
Maybe you're an inquisitor. I don't know.
Well, they're not all that intimidating anymore. So
that is certain.
You needn't be frightened. So I guess I'm going to talk about Lightyear.
Oh, please. Now, did you see it?
I did. Yeah. It's a pretty good movie. It's a pretty good movie. I guess my issue with it is not so much the film itself. I've actually been one of the people who've been sort of bothered by how it fits into the. So you've asked, like, why are people comparing it to Toy Story? So what they've done, for anyone who doesn't know, is they've set this within the Toy Story world as if this was the film that Andy saw that made him a fan of Buzz Lightyear.
Yes.
I believe that's how they phrase it. So, like, this exists within the Toy Story film somewhere out there. Like, this was a film that I suppose came out in the early 90s that Andy would have seen.
In 95.
Or before that, because that toy was out in 95. So maybe it was like the year before.
But it was a Disney movie, so they had those toys ready to go early.
No, they didn't. The actual Buzz toys, they had a very short supply.
You mean in our world?
In our world, but they made a joke about it in Toy Story 2. So this was also
okay. All right. So canonically, all right, I'll accept that.
Yeah. Anyhow, I guess what confused me, the whole premise of this was sort of off, because the Buzz Lightyear, not the toy, the character was always meant to be sort of unoriginal, based on Captain Kirk, Buck Rogers, Flash Gordon, Star Wars. It was sort of a parody of all of those things, and they even would have lines that were directly ripping that off. Like the Zurg says, "I am your father" in the second movie, and there's a lot of these little references. So I don't really know. I always found it weird that they were going to even make this movie, but when they gave glimpses into Buzz's world. There was a video game segment at the beginning of Toy Story 2 where we see, Buzz. And again, it was Tim Allen doing this. Buzz is a video game. They had a commercial. But again, it was always very like good versus evil, Saturday morning cartoon. That was sort of what we would assume Buzz was. So my issue is they went back and they made this film. Now in Toy Story 2, they had Woody's Roundup, which, was like Howdy Doody. And again, it was Tom Hanks who was playing this marionette of Woody. And that was sort of what Woody came from. So I guess a lot of people sort of assumed that Tim Allen would have been the voice of Buzz. I get that there's the idea that, well, there was an actor in a movie, playing this character, and some guy voices the toy, and that would have been Tim Allen who voiced the toy. But it was a bit of a, it's a little bit weird because even though Tim Allen's playing a toy, people just think of Tim Allen as Buzz Lightyear. It's just it's a little weird, like separating that. Not that it couldn't work, but anyway, I saw the film and there were things. So there's things in the film that I'm not going to spoil anything, but they sort of changed the Buzz and Zurg relationship to the point where the way that we perceived it in the Toy Story films doesn't really make sense anymore. And if it weren't for the fact I hold the Toy Story films in high regard, so I care more about like the rules of that than I would most children's animated films.
Of course.
So it just to me it was like, I'm like, wait a minute, you're doing this, and it was almost like let's pretend that the character of Batman was first introduced in the Lego movie. So there was no Batman before the Lego movie. You know how he's in that movie, he's sort of a parody of Batman. Like this guy, you sort of a parody of Batman, right? Then they made the Lego Batman movie, and they kind of expanded the world a little bit, but it was still again, it was like a parody of it, sort of. So in the early 2000s, they actually made a show called Buzz Lightyear of Star Command, which was an animated series, which was a lot like Lightyear. Like it was supposed to be, this is the real Buzz Lightyear. And in the intro of that show, they actually showed the toys gathering around the TV to watch it. So again, this was like Lightyear before Lightyear. It's like a decent show, but anyway, that it sort of established like what the world was. Disney has shunned it. I guess John Lasseter hated it, so they it's not even on Disney Plus. You can't even see it anymore. But so I guess Lightyear is sort of like replacing what that show was supposed to be. But imagine they made a Batman series, like Batman the Animated Series, based on the Lego series, but they expanded the world. We're playing in reverse, like this isn't actually how it happened.
No, of course.
So they make this, and then they sort of shun that, and then they say, okay, now we're going to make the Batman movie, and that was like Batman '89, and it would be like, wait a minute. The Joker is Batman's father. Not father, killed his father. The Joker is this. This is sort of weird. Like this doesn't really tie in with how we would think of Batman. That's sort of like how I viewed Lightyear. It was like it was sort of its own thing. I didn't really buy that. Like this is the film that Andy would have seen. Because it's not really like it's not real. It's a kid's film, but it's not like a like the way you'd think, like a good versus evil, G.I. Joe, Buzz being this superhero. It was more of like, Buzz learning a lesson. It didn't really feel like this would have been the movie. So anyway, that was just my thoughts on that. It's actually a pretty good movie, so I'm not gonna like knock the movie too much, but it's.
Well, to be honest, I mean, I've only seen the first 30 minutes, and when I saw it at CinemaCon, they showed us the first 30 minutes, and I have to say, when Buzz starts doing what he's doing and is time dilation plays in to it all, about 25 minutes in, dude, I was bawling, like tearing up, and I thought I don't have a connection to the Toy Story movies. I love the Toy Story movies. I worked on special features for the early DVDs of the Toy Story films, and I think they're really great. But when I was watching this, I was like, okay, like we've seen, like you have pointed out, we've seen all these different versions of the Toy Story movies, but those are now I thought what they did from a meta standpoint, like it would be like if you showed me playing with all my Star Wars figures and making Super 8 movies with my Star Wars action figures when I was like 11, 12, and 13, and Star Wars, this, that, and the other thing. And you saw Star Wars through my eyes. And then 25 years later, you realize that A New Hope was an actual movie that came out in 1977. If you were attached to and I always saw the Toy Story franchise, what I thought was brilliant about it was about what goes on in all of our imaginations as we interact with our toys. Like their entire lives and all of that was and while yes, we know they have their own agency in those movies, but really we imbue our toys with, meaning. And my action figures, I created many scenarios, but still, if you watched me interacting with my toys and then made movies about the toys on their own, and then went back and watched Star Wars, would Star Wars have any connection to toys in the way I saw them or whatever?
I actually think that the Buzz Lightyear character, actually, there's a bit more of this because, like, for example, the Prospector in the second movie, like, he's totally different than his counterpart in the show. He's like this angry, jaded old man. So yeah, but the Buzz Lightyear toys have some defect where they believe that they're the Buzz Lightyear. So everything that Buzz Lightyear is saying about his backstory, like I actually have one of these. And remember in the first movie, he's talking about his backstory in the back of the box, and Woody's reading it. Like Buzz is basically just regurgitating what his toy says. That sort of is the backstory, right? Because he actually believes whatever he believes about himself is what the actual. Anyway, it's sort of a ridiculous thing to be discussing, but
no, but it's not though, because philosophically, if you think about it, it's all about let's look at the bigger picture. It's about franchise management, and Disney has had this Toy Story franchise. Pixar really broke through with Toy Story. Toy Story has been, in my mind, the pinnacle of Pixar. I mean, when I saw Toy Story 3, I'm like, at the end of that movie, I'm like, how could I be that emotionally invested in what they do? Pixar is one of and again, it doesn't get enough credit. Pixar is one of the great storytelling factories of all time. Whether you're looking at Toy Story or A Bug's Life, whether you're looking at Up, take your pick. I mean, yeah, when they do things like Cars, they knew what they were doing. Look at how successful that franchise became. My sister's son is a huge Cars fan. Huge, changed his life. Cars was fine. I saw Cars 3 with him. I mean, he was really into it. I loved Coco. One of my great regrets in life, even though this seems silly, is I didn't go see Coco in the theater. I bought the Blu-ray and watched it. I'm like, this movie's incredible. They are one of the great success stories. So I'm a huge Pixar fan. The fact that Andrew Stanton, I love John Carter. I will always love John Carter. I'll die on that hill. His first live action film. So I think what they did with Lightyear was pretty ingenious, even though canonically, to me, I don't have a problem because everything is seeing the toys, Andy and the toys themselves. So anything you get from that is not necessarily true. It's the toys' perception or Andy's perception. So to me, I find the idea of them making Lightyear as the movie that Andy saw, everything we've seen before that was all filtered through different sensibilities. And then Lightyear becomes the definitive, oh, here it is. But it doesn't contradict anything because once you play toys, your child's imagination kicks in. So you don't have to have canonical fealty to the movie that you took those toys from in the first place. But philosophically, Joey, it's a really interesting position. And can I just quickly, the movie is not doing well. They expected it to win the box office. It is not. Jurassic World Dominion is beating it at the box office. And I think what Joey's saying and his very astute comments about the franchise are very legitimate concerns that I think were overlooked by the people who made this movie. Maybe.
Another thing too, real quick, if I can just jump in, we did get a letter from Joey that we'll be reviewing on Monday's road trip and podcast when we do it, Rob. So you and I'll have a chance to talk about it, and I will have just finished seeing it because I'm going to go see Lightyear tomorrow.
See, I loved Lightyear. I've only seen the first 30 minutes, but I love the retro sci-fi, the design elements. I mean, there are reviewers that are saying it looks like a Saturday morning cartoon. I'm like, give me a fucking break. No, it doesn't. It is stunningly beautiful. It has a different design aesthetic than you've ever seen. If you don't love retro sci-fi, whatever. But my God, does that film is it wonderful to look at?
You know me, I'm a huge retro future guy, so I'm looking. I know it'll be fun,
dude. You're gonna have a Father's Day orgasmic experience.
I'm making my kids go with me. That's their Father's Day present for me. I bought the tickets. We're going to go.
Well, you should, sir. But the thing is, the movie opens with a title card that explains exactly what it is. You know what, Roberto? If they had made a scene, if that movie opened with Andy and his mom going to see a movie, going into an old grand movie house with a huge marquee and watching them, they go to the let's all go to the lobby. They buy their candy, they sit down, and Andy's like, Mom, do you think this movie's going to be good? Do you think I'm going to like it? And his mom says, I think you're going to like it. Bam! Then you do something where you open up. That, dude, your idea, see, this is why you should be working in Hollywood. I mean, by the way, I honestly believe if you did that, that would have changed the entire, because what is the first rule of filmmaking? Show, don't tell. And that movie begins with a title card explaining it away. Your idea of seeing that title card instead, that would have been and even changing the aspect ratio, widening it out when the movies where you literally have CGI curtains opening and the aspect ratio changes. And it, by the way, it is the first Pixar movie that was formatted for IMAX. So they completely could have done that. Yep. God damn it. Now I live in a world where I want Roberto Suarez's version of Lightyear. Oh my dude, come on, man, you nailed that shit. That's why you're a father. You understand. I'm not a father, so
Hello.
What's going on, man?
Yeah, just curious. Can you hear me okay? Because I had to turn my fan on. It's really hot in my room.
No, we can hear you.
Okay, good. It's humid where I am in Colorado, which is rare because the high altitude doesn't usually allow for humidity.
Oh, it's okay. The entire planet's being consumed in a death spiral, so everything's going to change. It's fine.
Yeah. So I had yet another COVID close call recently.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. But fortunately, I didn't come down with anything. Although something I've noticed about myself is that when I have concerns that I might get sick, I realized I have a mild case of hypochondria. You know what I mean?
Oh.
Yeah. So it's like over like the days, the stress of worrying about getting sick gives me like a headache more often than not. And not only that, but it also manifests whenever I have plans to go on vacation somewhere, because the last place you want to get sick is on vacation.
That's true. So where were you going to go?
No. I was just describing in general. I wasn't planning to go anywhere, but yeah. So I lost my train of thought. So I saw Top Gun Maverick Memorial Day weekend, and family's gonna go see it tomorrow for Father's Day. So
nice.
Yeah, perfect.
What did you think?
Oh, it was great. And yeah, something that obviously the story is a lot more streamlined, and everything feels sort of connected. And I guess maybe it was just because of the times they weren't allowed to do more with the first Top Gun. That sounds about right? They weren't.
Well, I mean, I think that to be honest, I mean, at the time, Top Gun is I think I call it a confection, because if you look at it, it truly has an MTV aesthetic to it. It's very much a music video kind of a film.
Yeah.
And which is fine, because it's been 36 years. I think what I love about Top Gun Maverick, and a lot of people, despite the fact that, Tom Cruise has now, because he's a commanding producer and he can get done what he wants, and he really wanted to celebrate he wanted to celebrate aviation, and the fact that aviation itself is miraculous. And it was because of him pushing for those cameras and getting the cameras in the. I mean, there is CG in the film.
Yeah.
But for the most part, even when they reskinned planes like the SR-72, quote unquote, whatever that plane is, the beginning, that was an actual plane that they just reskinned with CG to make it look like a Mach 10 plane. But I think that I think Top Gun Maverick is a better film than the original in every respect, but they were trying to do something different.
Right.
But what I love about Top Gun Maverick is that there's a sense of melancholy in it that I didn't expect. The passing of the guard, the fact that Tom Cruise, that human dogfighting we don't need it anymore in a world of drones and all that. What do we need human pilots, for? It's another area like American manufacturing. Yeah, it's all been outsourced. It's all been mechanized and all that. And there was a real sense of American, in a way that sounds strange for me to say, but Top Gun Maverick definitely had the frontier is there is no more pushing west. There is no more the old West frontier. If flying and being an aviator, which by the way has only existed for 100 years, really, maybe 130 years or whatever. What is it? Was it 1903? When was the Wright brothers' first flight? So
I did a book report back in grade school. I forgot though.
But it was in the 20th century, right?
Yeah.
So we're looking at an art. It's in a way, aviation mirrors cinema. So the idea that we are coming to the end of we are coming to the end of cinema as an art form. There'll always be cinema, but it's going to be supplanted the same way that aviation will be. By like so many things, computers. I like that about the movie. I thought that sense of melancholy added a whole extra layer to the resonance of what it meant. But you did like it though?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, that's why we're going to go see it again tomorrow. And even my mom, who isn't all that big on sort of big blockbusters, she wants to go see it as well.
Yeah, because it's great.
Yeah. And also, I guess she has a nostalgia for Top Gun as well.
Yeah.
And something else is that
she's gonna love it, by the way.
Oh yeah. And it does seem like the themes are similar between Top Gun Maverick and Mission Impossible: Dead Reckoning. Don't you think? The whole thing about Henry Czerny, Kittredge coming back is like,
oh,
your ideal doesn't exist anymore. You're fighting to save that. It's like similar themes.
Oh, I can't. The fact that, first of all, Henry Czerny, there are character actors, Harris Yulin being one who's passed away, but he was in the Deep Space Nine episode Duet. Henry Czerny is one of those actors. His turn in Clear and Present Danger, he was so great. And the fact that they brought him back, look, Chris McQuarrie has basically become Tom Cruise's de facto producer director.
Yeah. And he's a great action writer. Like, he understands the value of characters, which is something Campia talks about, action being visual noise if you don't care about the characters. But
no, and I know Chris, and I loved seeing that he befriended Tom Cruise on Valkyrie, which he wrote for Brian, and I look, that trailer for Dead Reckoning Part 1, come on.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but as much as I love my beloved James Bond franchise, the Mission Impossible films since Chris McQuarrie and Brad Bird, I mean, Ghost Protocol, Rogue Nation, and Fallout were better than they were better than all the Daniel Craig films with the exception of Casino Royale.
Yeah. And not only that, but obviously Top Gun Maverick is like Joseph Kosinski's best film so far, right? You would agree with that?
Yeah, although I will say I think Oblivion is incredibly underrated, and I have not seen Spiderhead, the new Netflix film that just dropped that stars it's amazing that Kosinski, after Top Gun Maverick, he made Spiderhead, which is a sci-fi film with Miles Teller, who Kosinski worked with on that firefighting movie,
right,
and Chris Hemsworth. So that's on Netflix right now, which I can't wait to see.
Yeah, well, I think even like when you look at all the films that Kosinski has done, like Oblivion and Top Gun Maverick, he's a really good visual filmmaker, I would say.
Oh, I agree. I mean, he comes from an architecture background, a design background. I mean, his every frame of Top Gun Maverick is beautifully composed.
Yeah.
I mean, even the opening when they play Danger Zone again, and there's just this montage of carrier F-18 Hornets landing and taking off on carriers, which has nothing to do with the movie.
Yeah.
They just do that and then they fade to black and then come up on Maverick, is beautifully shot. I mean, everything he's done, it's so well composed.
Yeah.
And it's a rousing. I mean, basically Top Gun Maverick, the last 30 minutes is the Death Star trench run. And you know what?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't care. They literally have to hit a that's something that's 2
tiny
meters.
Garbage hole.
I used to bullseye womp rats in my T-16 back home. They're not much bigger than 2 meters.
Yeah. And you bring up like the danger zone bit at the beginning of the movie. Like, I was amazed how much of a passionate fan base for Top Gun there still is after all these years. And there were like people dressed in Top Gun t-shirts. We had some people in pilots uniforms in the audience, and people were dancing in their seats to Danger Zone. Did you have that experience seeing it with an audience?
Yeah. I went. So the first time I saw it was at CinemaCon.
Yeah.
And it was all theater owners, and everybody was jaded, and the presentation was incredible because it's in the same theater that Celine Dion did. They built for her to do her residency. When they do CinemaCon, they bring in a Dolby Vision system. Here's the thing about, and I even said on the John Campea show months and months ago, John, early on in the year we talked about what movies might hit $100 million this year. I said Top Gun was going to hit $100 million in an opening weekend. And even John was like, come on. He didn't believe it would. I said, no, it will. And I was convinced of this. And going to see the movie, it's not like I need to be like, I told you so, even though because I never have to say that because I'm always right. Remember, I'm always right. I know what I'm talking about. I'm always right. But no, even when I'm wrong. But that film, it was so satisfying. And Top Gun Maverick is an example of the filmmakers truly understanding what the audience wants. And what's really interesting, Tom Cruise, as he's moved through his life as an actor, now he's a producer, now he pretty much runs those sets. The reason he's working with Chris McQuarrie is an incredibly intelligent guy, very smart guy. And Tom Cruise, whatever you think about him, he's about the work. His joie de vivre is making great films. And if you look at his career, Tom Cruise's collaborators, that man has never slummed. He's never slacked off. And now he's in a position where people, like, even when he made The Mummy with Alex Kurtzman, I mean, he thought he was doing something. He was that was a misstep, but it wasn't his fault. And I think that Top Gun Maverick is a perfect example of filmmakers understanding their franchise and their audience. And again, they're going to look at Top Gun Maverick, and everyone is going to drag out their 35-year-old franchise and try and resurrect it. And none of them will succeed because none of them have Tom Cruise or Chris McQuarrie. They don't have the filmmakers that know. And that's what everyone needs. Filmmakers that are like, yeah, we know how to do this. So I'm glad you get to go again. I want to know what your mom thinks, by the way. Tell me.
Hi, Rob.
Hello, sir.
Sorry, my camera is not working. Is it okay?
Yeah, it's okay. Where are you coming to us from?
I'm from Indonesia.
Wow, very cool, very cool.
And yeah, by the way, Lightyear is not open here, and it's not gonna be open here due to the LGBT character.
Oh, right, because yes.
And it doesn't open in other country, I think.
Now, how do you feel about that?
It's hard because we have a hard stance on LGBT. I mean, it's all political and religions.
Yes, of course.
And I mean, our country is not like on matters like that. It's it's still conservative and traditional.
Sure.
And what can you do?
It's true. But anyway, things are good in Indonesia.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Anyway, that's not the topic that I want to talk though. So I just saw X, the Ty West movie.
Wait a minute. You can see X in Indonesia, but you can't see Lightyear?
I saw it online.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because I was going to say, that's interesting. What did you think of it?
I thought it was pretty good overall. But while watching the movie, it bugs me that I could pinpoint where he took the idea and scene directly from other movie. Have you seen it, by the way?
I have. I saw it the other day.
Hey, I was like, when I'm watching it, like, hey, that's from Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Yep.
That's from Boogie Nights when the porn star talked in the mirror. And even from M. Night Shyamalan movie.
Yep.
I don't want to spoil it. So
no, but you're absolutely right.
I don't know why. My question is, it's a pretty common knowledge that all movies borrow from others, but where do you draw the line? When does homage and callbacks becoming a rip-off and it becoming annoy you? I mean, like, for example, from other movie, Joker annoyed me so much because it took so much from Taxi Driver and King of Comedy.
Yes. Yeah. Well, you know what, Marcus? This is a fantastic question. And here's what I think is interesting. And I again, I'm talking out of my ass. I don't know if there's ever been studies to this effect, but by the way, I'm always talking out of my ass, so I guess it's normal. But we now live in a society. We live in a society where we've grown up for the last, say, 20, let's call it 20 years. Mm-hmm. When you're called upon to write a paper, like when I had to write a paper for school, we used to have a thing called Cliff's Notes when you had to do a book report or something, where it was a pamphlet that condensed the book that you had to read into this pamphlet and then gave you all this pertinent information and insight into that. And now we have a world where we have Google. So when kids are called upon to write papers, it used to be that, the teachers would want to know, what was your opinion of the story? Well, nowadays, people are so afraid of putting themselves out there that they Google and they cut and paste and they rewrite and all that. So even people that people are now growing up in a world where they don't even their own thoughts have to be reaffirmed by someone else's thoughts that they Google search on the internet. And I would say that when I was watching X, like you, I saw all of these references to other things. And I think it's one thing to reference them or pay homage. Like I think Tarantino, and sometimes he gets dinged. Like people said Reservoir Dogs was like Ringo Lam's City on Fire or whatever.
City on Fire, yeah.
But I think that what Tarantino was doing was actually a little different and kind of interesting in that let's not show the heist or whatever. But in the case of X, it's one thing to pay homage. It's another thing to just rip something off. I think X is right on that line. And the fact is, as someone who's produced a horror film myself, you're always asking yourself and you're always looking at things, how can I do better than this? Or we can't, genre filmmakers are so steeped, and Ty West is basically let's call him a horror filmmaker because most of his movies are horror.
Yeah.
He's such a horror filmmaker, and he is so respectful and so loves the history of the genre that I don't think he's even capable of making a film that does not honor or pay homage, or let's face it, flat out rips off another movie that he loved.
Yeah.
However, I would say this, he's not hiding it. We all know that Ty West is an amazing and a complete genre fanatic. And I don't think that there's a plagiarist bone in his body. And I think that he knows that of all the audiences of film, that the horror audience, I'll tell you, and this might seem strange to say, there is no audience for cinema that is more knowledgeable than your diehard horror audience. They know everything. Horror fans might be my favorite subset of fandom because the joy that horror fans feel, the camaraderie that horror fans feel. I don't see horror fans trying to cancel other horror fans on Twitter. I don't see horror fans hitting people up for, fuck you for your hot take. Horror fans are the best fans of all because they value life more than any fans, because they know if you walk around the wrong corner, you're going to get an axe in the face from a psycho killer. So they like it. They like it better. Horror fans are my favorite fans. Horror fans are the nicest fans, and horror fans are the most knowledgeable fans. If I were to go on Twitter and I were to say to horror fans, I'm like, come on, man. If you like whatever horror show, I can't imagine, as a matter of fact, I can't imagine any horror programming, the writers who write the horror programming would ever think to themselves or ever say, or I could never say that, I'll bet you that none of the fans of this horror show have ever read a horror novel. Which I said on Twitter yesterday about Star Trek.
Yeah, I saw the Twitter.
Yeah, and man, it turned into, by the way, if you listen to our podcast with Mike and you listen to the John Campy show yesterday, I said, I declare myself the gatekeeping fan. I declare myself the final arbiter of all fandom. And so that tweet was all part of that whole shtick. And man, did people come hard at me. And what's really funny is some people sent me lists of books, but most people just called me an asshole, which is fine. and then when I said, you guys, this is a bit. And people are like, oh, great. That's you toxic fan. You're just saying it was all a joke. I'm like, Yeah, but I got audio and video to support that assertion. No one comes hard at you. Horror fans, they've all read books, all of them. So but your question is very valid. I think that, you know, the one thing about horror filmmakers is they all love and respect what came before them.
That is true.
And they do. And if Ty West is liberally borrowing something and by the way, he did. I think that he knows that the audience that he's playing to knows exactly what he's doing. So it's not like Ty West is not like, oh, come on. How dare you say I'm paying homage to Tobe Hooper's Texas Chainsaw Massacre? I would never do that. He'd be the first guy to be like, yeah, dude, I ripped that shit off. He totally would be. And that's the difference between horror fans and the writers over at, say, Secret Hideout, who just steal shit from people without any recognition to the people that they're stealing from. I think Ty West's entire career is an homage to the artists that came before him.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. But
Rob, but did you like X?
I found the killers a bit unbelievable.
Well, yeah, I do not disagree. Because here's my one thing about horror today. And I know it's a period piece and all that, but I don't like the fact that in horror movies today, we are supposed to believe that everyone in those movies have never seen a horror movie in their own lives. And they keep making the same mistake that protagonists in horror films make over and over again. And I mean, the one thing about the Scream franchise that I really loved is especially the first. I think the first Scream movie is great. I love the first Scream.
I love it.
It's so good. And I really wish I could get the uncut version with the more entrails coming out of Drew Barrymore, like on the Laserdisc on Blu-ray, but whatever. But it's such a great film because it's not only a great deconstruction of the horror film, it's also a great horror film in itself. When the reveal of who the killers are in that film, I mean, my God, that movie came out before Columbine. I mean, it is it works as a meta commentary and as a great horror film. And I think X, I liked it. I thought it wasn't genius, but I liked it, But I think your question's valid. When does homage become plagiarism? But I think in the case, I'll give Ty West a pass because everyone knows that he is paying homage. All of his horror films are paying homage to other filmmakers. And I think he would be the first person to tell you that.
Hello, sir.
How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for having me on. And I wanted to ask you about what you said last night about airing more shows in the evening.
About wait, what?
Are you going to be airing more shows during the week?
Yes, I'm going to start doing Robservations at night, probably. And by the way, whining about movies. So okay. I want to do Robservations. I want to go back to 5 days a week, and then whining about movies. I might be doing 2 shows at night because nobody wants whining about movies to come back more than Elizabeth Gwendolyn Bell does. I hear it every single day. She's like, we're much closer as a couple when we do our show. I'm like, oh, because we're arguing for the camera. I love it. You're right. Absolutely. No, I love doing whining about movies with Elizabeth, and she wants to do it. And it's just taken me, I've been discombobulated for the 3 months, moving in here, but I'm telling you, I'm almost ready. I'm almost ready to unveil, and we can sit here and we can actually do it. And what I have not been drinking enough, to be honest. I've been drinking too little. It really sucks. And the idea of sharing a bottle of wine with Elizabeth is something that really appeals to me because I feel like I'm less pickled, and I like pickled. I need to drink more, and that's an excuse to drink and talk about movies, which is pretty much a great day for me.
Have you heard any news about the who was it? The whatever director that's making a Napoleon project?
The which project?
Napoleon project.
Oh, you mean no? I have not. They've said they're going to do that. You mean Kubrick's Napoleon project? Okay. Yeah. So for those of you who don't know, and by the way, I have my Toshin ridiculous Napoleon book over there that I'm going to put right behind me. For those of you who don't know, Stanley Kubrick was going to make a movie about Napoleon after 2001. I want to say was after, and he had done all this research, and then Waterloo came out, and that it didn't do well at the box office, so it killed Kubrick's idea to do a Napoleon movie, which he basically he made Thackeray's. He adapted Barry Lyndon instead, and he took some of the stuff like making paper costumes for the various warring like the Prussians and the different people. I mean, I really liked that script. I would love to have seen that movie get made. Well, Ridley Scott right now is making a Napoleon film called Kitbag, where Joaquin. So Joaquin Phoenix is starring in Kitbag, and it's shooting, so it's getting made. Okay. And I hope it's great.
Do you know anything about that project?
I know nothing. Only when one of the women I interviewed for the Designing Hollywood podcast, she's doing the costumes, and she said I can't tell you anything. I'm like, come on. I mean, we're only on the internet. Why can't you spill the beans? Yeah. But she couldn't.
Well, given it seems like an interesting thing to ask, considering today the 207th anniversary of Waterloo.
How have you been doing?
Oh, I'm fine. I'm just getting ready to go out and just doing writing and relaxing.
You're going out? What are you doing? You going out tonight?
No, I have to go shopping.
Ah.
Just an error. I've been sick recently, so that kind of was no good.
No worries. All good. Well, yeah, I wish I knew more about Kitbag. I mean, I only had that one conversation, but look, I think Napoleonic France is that whole era is fascinating, and I hope it's great. Probably will be great. I just love the fact that Ridley Scott's like, I'm not making a drawing room comedy or something. I'm going to go make a movie about Napoleon. I mean, I like The Last Duel, and more than others. And I've loved Ridley Scott's, whether it's 1492 or whether it's the director's cut of Kingdom of Heaven or Gladiator. I haven't put Gladiator in here. That's what I'm waiting for. The Battle of Germania. Once everything is tweaked, turning that sound up, it's gonna be great. It's so loud in here. Oh, it's not. Yeah, because Kitbag would not. It screamed Napoleon to me. So I'm glad that they retitled it Napoleon. That was probably a good. Cinemike says Napoleon was filming last month. Not sure if it already wrapped. Yeah, no, it's been filming. So I hope it's great. I want it to be great.
It'd be interesting to see something set in his earlier life, like as he came to power, rather than towards the end of his career, and where he's suffering from Waterloo.
Yeah, no, I agree. Been done before. And literally the movie of that, has been done. I mean, and what a great figure. I mean, I hate to say it, but I don't think most. If you were to walk down the street, based on what late night TV will tell you, if you walked down the street and stopped anybody in Hollywood and said, "Do you know who Napoleon was?" you would get blank stares. Yeah. Or it's a pastry.
Well, I can tell you in my experience talking to students that they don't know anything about Napoleon apart from what they've seen in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventures at Time Banks. And that's kind of frustrating.
Wow. yeah, I mean, it always it's funny. I said a couple weeks ago, or I was talking about the fact that like, if you really want to know about storytelling, the beginning of all storytelling should be the Bible. You should read your Bible. And I was talking about how I'd love to make the ultimate Job movie. I've always loved the story of Job, and said it, make it contemporary, make it in contemporary times. Can't speak. But and people are like, what do you mean? Like, what do you mean? Are you saying you? And I'm like, look, man, I don't care what you believe. Whatever your religious beliefs are, that's immaterial. But the actual stories in the Bible is basically the basis of all of the Western canon in some way, shape, or form. If you don't know your Bible, and I have I don't know if you can you see it? I don't think you can, but my study Bible is on this shelf. It's $100 Bible that was given to me by a producer at Warner Brothers. It's the new Open Study Bible. It's got my name engraved on it, and I can't tell you how many times I've gone back to my Bible and read it, not for any spiritual gratification or anything, but just as the kernel of all the great stories are biblical, at least in the Western world. And I'm like, the Bible, Shakespeare, the Iliad and the Odyssey, these are foundational storytelling. And Star Trek, the original series, of course, and the Twilight Zone. There are things that you need to understand. So, yeah, one day I'm going to make the ultimate Job movie. And Robert Heinlein wrote Job, A Comedy of Justice, so maybe that could be good.
You were on last night's show. You made a reference to watching something where it was just two guys in the room talking the entire movie.
That way, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that.
Last night you made a reference to watching a movie where it was just two guys in a room talking the entire movie.
Right. I think it was the Deep Space Nine episode Duet.
Oh right.
Yeah, and that's not entirely true, but it was Harris Yulin and Nana Visitors as Kira. I think Duet is one of the great, not just one of the great episodes of Deep Space Nine. It's the penultimate episode of season 1. So it's season 1 was it 20 episodes, I think. So it was episode 19, and then In the Hands of the Prophets is episode 20. I think Duet is one of the finest episodes of Star Trek ever, and it's basically a play. It's incredible.
Well, I asked this question because it reminds me of a question I asked a number of months ago when I first talked to you. Have you gotten around to watching the movie Diplomacy yet?
The which?
Diplomacy.
Oh, you haven't?
No, have you watched it?
Diplomacy.
Yeah, it's a foreign film. It's about two guys in a room talking about whether or not the Nazis were going to destroy the landmarks of Paris.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yes. I was sorry. Yes, I have watched that movie, and it's I loved it. It's fucking great. It's so good, and I think you told me to watch it.
Yes, I did.
But I'd seen the trailer. It's really good. I thought it was really good. I mean, and I watched it streaming. I don't own it, but I don't know which streaming service I watched it on. It's really good, and the cast is great too. And who one of them was it the German guy went to Oxford? That he was educated in the West. Anyway, it's really, really good. And it's great. And I wouldn't have watched it unless you had told me about it.
I've got to get it.
It's really good.
And it's a true story. That really happened.
Yeah, no, I absolutely, it's a true story. And I don't know if I told you this before, but the first time I was in Paris, I never understood why the mayor of Paris capitulated to the Nazis and let them march down the Champs-Elysees. I was like, what? Well, if you go to the Arc de Triomphe, which is like at the center of Paris, when you go in there, they have photographs of like all the armies that marched down the Champs-Elysees, and I didn't get it until I went to Paris, and I'm like, if I was the mayor of Paris, I'm like, okay, I no artillery, we have 5 stories, the buildings are 5 stories, please just don't. You can come in here, just don't blow any shit up. And I never understood that until if you go to Paris, you can see these pictures, and you could stand on top of the Arc de Triomphe. And when I went there, it was the morning, and I watched the sun come up, and it was cold. It was February, and you look around, and it's incredibly beautiful. And you're like, okay, I understand war is more nuanced than I might have thought. The goddamn Nazis, fuck those guys. But if I was the mayor of Paris, I would have done the same thing. I would have said, okay, no artillery, just come on. I get it. But yeah, that movie's great. And that was something I didn't know. That was a story I didn't know about World War II. And the interesting thing is, I don't know if you've ever seen the Burt Lancaster film, The Train, that was directed by John Frankenheimer, but it's also about, the Nazis are looting this art, and they've put it in this train, and they have to go, Burt Lancaster has to go liberate the art from the Nazis. And it's true, like, and that diplomacy was the same kind of a thing. Like, let's not destroy culture. And I like that. I don't know if we would ever think that way today, especially in America, because everything is so disposable, but it's good stuff. Did they say anything or ask questions? Okay, but you know what I don't have? The 3D printed bridge. Come on, bro. What do I have to do? What do I have to do? Do I have to start like a Patreon and start like supporting you? Cause this person right here, my dream is to have a 3D printed 6-scale bridge. I can hook you up with Dan Jin over at Exo6. Let's make it happen, bruh. Come on. You know it. I know. And by the way, he's got pictures. I found pictures of his work. He's selling it like on eBay. Like if I had any money, I would have bought that shit. I owe Mike money. I owe the world money. I shouldn't buy anything. But you know what? That 3D printed bridge stuff, come on. Let's get that stuff out there. Get a license. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very nice. I agree. Look at that. Look at Tom Jr. Jackson with the pop of Khan, Nooney, and Singh from Space Seed. Have you pre-ordered the Khan from Wrath of Khan? That's not a bad idea. Again, go to the Bible. You Yep, I remember that. Well, I'm a huge fan of Gundam. I would say I'm more of a Universal Century acolyte. Although, my favorite Gundam probably is from Gundam Wing, Endless Waltz, which I'm gonna hang from the ceiling. One of the things I love about the new observatory is I have space to hang shit. Like I can like I'll be able to tilt the camera up, and there'll be stuff like I can now build spaceship models or model rockets, and I have room. And multi-tiers, like my old bedroom when I had like 100 model airplanes and rockets, and they were different levels. I can do that here. Of course,
Yes.
Dude, yes, what is up? What is up?
I'm good. How are you doing, sir?
I am doing well. I'm it's interesting. It's hot here, and I finally have the air conditioning. I've used like 3 rolls of duct tape to finally duct tape the window up, and the air conditioning is surprisingly effective. So that's and can you hear it?
Yeah. No, actually, I don't hear anything in the background, just you.
That's fantastic. I love that. So yeah, I mean, the one thing about here is I'm gonna have to leave the air conditioner on probably all the time.
Yeah, because believe me, I have multiple computers in my room now, so now it's summertime. It's I gotta keep it cool. And it's it produces a lot of heat when so if you have multiple computers or just 1 or 2 big computers.
Yeah, and what's great is the more stuff I put on the walls, it both deadens the sound and it it stops any air from getting out, because all of this place is it's interesting because this house was built in 1949, and I think this garage was built then too. So it's
that's an old house.
Yes, and no one wanted this house, which is really interesting. And when Elizabeth and I walked into this house, we're like, oh, we want this house.
Yeah,
it was so funny because we're looking for a place to move because we were renting a house for 5 years, and you couldn't, and we had to buy a house because to get something comparable, the rent was so ridiculous. It was even in California, it was a mortgage. So when we walked in here, our real estate agent's like, you probably don't want to look at this house. And this is admittedly a weird, funky house. It's awesome. But when we walked in, we both looked at each other like, oh yeah, this is the house. And so this garage is unto itself, but the doors are too small. They're like little doors because people were smaller back in the day. Everyone was hobbits in the mid-century. But
not meant for a car, but perfect for the Dura Observatory.
Yeah, and so what's very interesting is it is a very interesting space. The only problem with the new observatory are the spiders. There's a lot of spiders.
Yeah, spiders stink.
So.
Yeah. But I've been busy finally getting back to going to the movies, either by myself or my friends. I've seen.
And by the way, what shirt do you have on there?
Oh, it's like a Marvel shirt, friends. It's like a TeePublic.
Oh, okay.
Friends got me this a couple years ago.
By the way, this is a TeePublic shirt. I was wearing it last night. My Gladiator Maximus shirt. When I saw this, I'm like, oh, I gotta have that.
So let's see. Last few weeks, it's I saw Top Gun Maverick, which was fucking fantastic.
I know, right?
Yeah, I hope to see it again before it leaves theaters. I just haven't had a chance to. You and everybody else were right, where it's it's the sequel done right. It's the nostalgia is done well, and it helps serves the story. Like the scene with the Miles Teller and them doing Great Balls of Fire. Yes, it's a callback to the original, but it services the story because you see Maverick's reaction and how much it hurts him. And it's and also Jennifer Connelly's character sees the look on his face and realizes, oh damn.
Well, and
her reaction was even better when she saw what he was going through.
So good, but also in the first movie, when Goose is playing Great Balls of Fire, his son Miles Teller, as a little kid, is sitting on the piano.
Yep, he's singing along with him. Yeah,
he's singing along with him. So it's the family song.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are like, well, that's nostalgia bait. And I'm like, no. Yeah. It's all earned.
Yeah, it is.
They're not just doing
it services the story. It services the story.
It was the last song that he heard his father sing to him.
Exactly
before he died,
and so it makes sense that he would want to do that because like it's a fond memory for Rooster. So it's like, oh man, that finale, that whole final act, I was on the edge of my seat because the movie made me believe Maverick could die. It's like I was like,
and he does.
Yeah. I loved it. I got to see everything everywhere all at once. That was
what'd you think?
Absolutely amazing. I'm glad did not get spoiled on how great that movie was. That was a hell of a ride.
Sorry, I'm just looking for popcorn.
Yeah,
it's such a great film. So creative and done on not a big budget. It's a huge hit. Huge hit.
Yeah. Michelle Yeoh just killed it. She's having quite the renaissance at this time in her career, man.
Oh yeah. I mean, she's a Bond girl.
Yeah.
Tomorrow Never Dies in 97?
Yeah.
I mean, 25 years ago.
Ke Huy Quan was the one who really surprised me. People were saying like, "Oh man, he is," and I was watching him. I'm like,
so good, right?
Freaking acting still. It's like he still got it.
Oh,
yeah. Then I went to see Crimes of the Future last week with
and
I'm still wrapping my head around that one. I'm going to need to watch it again because I remember what you said where like you felt like you were outside looking in, you weren't like drawn in. I kind of had a similar feeling where like there's a lot of interesting ideas in this movie, but he doesn't explore them all. It's like it feels like it's like Cronenberg tried to put a lot into this movie, but he doesn't play with all of it. So it's like there's a lot of questions. I mean, like and there's a lot of exposition setting up like people are undergoing changes. They're not feeling the pain, and I was like, okay, that's weird. It is like no infection. They're like, and I wish they felt like they could have explored that more about how that's affecting society, because you see a little bit of it, with people just like randomly cutting themselves. And it's like, or the scene where Lea Seydoux character is in the surgery bed, and he's poking and cutting her, it's because obviously she's one of the people that also is affected by this change. And it was weird as I expected. I was just like, this is some fucked up shit, man. It's like, I don't know how Cronenberg, his imagination is something else. He is unique with the stuff that he's come up with in his movies in his career. Like, this is definitely one of them. It's like, it just felt like I still kind of like enjoyed it, but it felt like it could have been better. It felt like it needed more. The script made me need a little more focus because there was a lot.
No, I completely agree, and I think that Cronenberg's films are. I'm a huge Cronenberg fan, but his films are like The Fly. Works really well because you identify. We are all Jeff Goldblum.
Yeah,
we're all this wacky dude, and you fall in love with a girl that's kind of above our station or whatever, and then you do what you do, and you're so invested in him. My problem with Crimes of the Future, and as a huge Cronenberg fan, the movie's very beautifully made. It's shot well. It has a great score. It's so. The problem is nothing brought me into the world.
Yeah. It's like I wasn't drawn in like I was expecting to be drawn.
No, it was all very academic. It was like going to a college lecture and listening to somebody who's really smart and gives a great lecture, but they never draw you in. They never bring you in emotionally.
Yeah,
very distant.
Plus it doesn't. It leaves a lot to be like, okay, is what is going on to people? Is it natural illusion or is it a mutation? It's like because like they treat Saul Tenser, what's his body's going through, as like an anomaly, and it's like and they're taking advantage of it, for fame and whatnot, and then the whole thing with like the two ladies. And with the stuff they're doing, I'm like, it's like, are they working with the cop that he's talking to? It's like there's a lot of things, there's a lot of threads that felt like they weren't completely answered. But
I agree.
My friend who's also a big Cronenberg fan, he really enjoyed it. He thought he had a great time. I just felt like it should. I was expecting more. So I'm gonna have to rewatch it again and try to wrap my head around it because I'm like, it's like I was a little disappointed. It's like it wasn't bad, but it felt like it wasn't completely cooked.
Justin, I feel exactly the same way you do, and I'll tell you, I haven't gone back and revisited this, but I read the script over 20 years ago, and if memory serves, in the original script, Saul Tenzer was a cop, and he worked for a division of the police that investigated. The reason the script's called "Crimes of the Future" is because he was investigating things that hadn't yet been defined as crimes, because they didn't know what they were, and all the other stuff was happening. The evolution of humans and accelerated evolution syndrome.
Right.
Saul Tenzer was a cop, and he was the star. He was evolving. He was in the middle of that. His body was generating organs, so he went undercover in this weird world.
Yeah, and they have some of that where it's like he's not a cop, but he's working with the cops to look into. Yeah, it's like there's some of that original script you're talking about was in there, but he definitely.
It was really much better when you realize that like he didn't ask for this to happen to him, and so it's happening to him. So he's trying to figure out what it is, but at the same time he's also doing his job as a cop.
Right.
And
that sounds like it would have worked a lot better. But lastly, before I go, and then Jurassic World Dominion, that was the one that I was most disappointed at. Where like it was like the antithesis of Top Gun Maverick. Where Top Gun Maverick was a sequel done right, Jurassic World Dominion is a sequel in nostalgia where they don't do everything right. There's some moments I enjoyed, and it's like the dinosaurs look awesome. Dinosaurs are loose in the world now at this point in the franchise timeline, and they kind of explore it, but then it's really kind of like pushed to the side when it's like the kidnapping happens, and then all the characters are drawn to the same place. It's like it felt like a lot of things were contrived, and there was like a lot of like wink nudges that were kind of like a little too obvious. It's like. And also, I didn't feel like the characters were in danger. Like even when they're all together and like the Gigantosaurus is trying to kill them, I didn't believe anyone was gonna die, and I wanted that feeling like in Maverick, where it's like the movie made me believe the possibility, even though it didn't happen. It made me believe. But
you did believe at one point that Tom Cruise did die.
Yeah. You
do believe
it. Whereas like Jurassic World Dominion, I don't believe the big name characters are going to die. It didn't make me believe that their lives were in danger. So that I'm like, where Top Gun Maverick, I'm just like, oh man, Jurassic World Dominion did not do that for me. So my other friend, he enjoyed it a little bit more than I did. It's like he had fun with it. It wasn't bad. I was entertained, but it was just like it was also like with Crimes of the Future, it was disappointing. So it's like, I get why it's getting some pretty mid to like negative reviews, or it's like it.
But it's making money.
A lot of marks. It was but I'm having fun, and I can't wait to get the Double Indemnity 4K. And it's like I gotta watch my spending, but I'm probably gonna. If the next, I think of Barnes and Noble.
Just wait, yeah. The thing is, you know what? Whenever I order Criterion titles, I feel I want to support their 4K initiative, but I mean, there's no reason not to buy 4K titles or any Criterion title that's not at that sale, half price. There's no reason to spend because they're very expensive.
I wanted it, but I was like, like I said when I said in the donation during the last Let's Get Pissed with Media, it's like I'm become more of a Schnäppchen hunter now. It's like I'm like getting Dune 4K or Thing 4K for like $30. It's like, yeah, hell yeah, baby. I'll rather do that than spending $35 on as much as I want Double Indemnity 4K. I'm willing to wait just a little bit until it's a little bit more lower price. I'll wait till and then it's like it'll be mine.
I'm 100% with you. I mean, Criterion's Criterion, but they've been milking this, and the thing is, even the 4K or the Barnes and Noble sale, even with 50% off, they're still making a shit ton of money. So I agree.
Hello.
How are you? By the way, thanks for chiming in on the John Campea show, man.
Yeah. When I have something to say, I have something to say.
It's good. I love it.
So, anyway, a little Kenobi talk.
Please, unleash.
I found it okay. I don't like it. I don't hate it. I find it okay.
But that's a problem.
Yeah. I don't think anyone wanted to tell this story. I think they got mandated to come up with a story. And yeah, the whole Princess Leia thing, like
no, you're 100% right.
I mean, why did they get him to do that? Because she's a royal princess. It's like he could hire the best secured personnel in the world.
Or he could actually go to the Empire and go, my daughter, I'm a member of the Imperial Senate. I'm on a diplomatic mission to Alderaan, and someone's kidnapped my daughter.
Yeah. Instead, we expose our thing here with these kids. I think they had a writers' room, and how do we get Kenobi off Tatooine? Oh, someone suggests Princess Leia, and then they went with that, and they were stuck with that decision. And Obi-Wan Kenobi, I like Obi-Wan Kenobi. I would like to have him as an uncle or as a friend or whatever, but he's a boring character, boring from a storytelling perspective.
He's not proactive.
Yeah, and he has no internal conflict. His only internal conflict is with Vader and protecting Luke. Other than that, he's a gray, boring character with no internal conflicts, no external conflicts, nothing to anchor a story again.
Agreed.
So I think instead of asking the question, what do we do to get Kenobi out of Tatooine, they should ask, what is his passionate about? What is his motivation? What does he care about? And then base your story on that instead, because then we care about the main character. And yeah, and as you said, he's only reactive. He only reacts to things. He doesn't take initiatives.
No. And how can you buy into him? I mean, what I can't stand about modern Star Wars is the storytellers tread on our love of this stuff from before.
Yeah.
And it's like, look, man, I'm not going to just like a character. Like, I love Obi-Wan Kenobi, I do, but this series has turned him into a non-character.
Yeah.
And what I find, Boba Fett, same thing. The book of Boba Fett and Obi-Wan Kenobi have neutered these characters. And it's like, look, Star Wars is all about classical storytelling. So I asked them, like, why would Boba Fett, who is a bounty hunter, works on his own, gets paid, why would he suddenly, and I know they want to say to me, well, his experience with the Tusken Raiders is why he became more altruistic or whatever. I'm like, I don't believe that shit. He was doing what he had to do to survive. Yeah. He was making nice with them. And then even he was like, this is unsportsmanlike conduct. These people drive by in their levitating train and they just shoot people randomly. Anybody would, Boba Fett's like, fuck you, and I'll help you. But the idea of him taking over the Tatooine or the Jabba the Hutt underworld, that's a really good idea. But what we got was a stupid kindergarten level TV show, which I don't get.
And it feels like we introduce the character, then we tread water until the last episode where everything happens. And
that last episode was, I mean, let's once again walk into town. You have a fucking spaceship. You know, we saw you strafe the enemy from the sky. Bring your spaceship in and blow the fuck out of those people.
Yeah.
And they don't. And you look at this and like, look, here's the thing. If I was teaching a writing class, I never have, but if I did, I would say if there's ever a moment where your audience is questioning your narrative choices, you have failed. And I think that the Book of Boba Fett failed.
Yeah.
I was like, well, I love seeing Luke come back. I love the Mandalorian stuff. That's not even the fact that those episodes are even in the 7 episodes of Book of Boba Fett shows how compromised that show is.
Yeah. The same with I mean, conflict drives the story. It's no story if you don't have a conflict for the character. And Boba Fett didn't have any conflict either with anyone, really. It was all manufactured.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I mean, the funny thing is that Boba Fett should have walked in and demanded shit. He should have walked in with his guns and said, like, I am taking this.
Yeah.
And literally just transformed, and everyone could have been pissing him or whatever. And then it would have started the animosity, and everyone come at him. And then Boba Fett, through his cunning, destroys every one of those motherfuckers.
Yeah.
And it shows that he knew exactly what he was doing. And at the end, the funny thing was, at the end of The Mandalorian, when we see Fennec Shand and Boba Fett take the throne in Jabba the Hutt's room, they've won already.
Yeah.
They already have his fortress. Why do they leave? They can run their entire criminal empire from that fortress. People can land in and out of that fortress. No one has to ever leave. And they keep leaving.
Yeah.
And it's
everyone makes stupid decisions.
So stupid.
Yeah. I want to talk a little about MCU as well.
Lay it on me, Stubble.
I think that Kevin Feige, before he started with Iron Man, he probably had 10 years or so where he dreamt about what he wanted to do with the Infinity Saga. It was his dream project.
Totally agree.
And he thought about it for a decade or more. And he worked out, here's the starting point. Here are some things I want to happen. And here's the end point. And he thought about camera angles, and he thought about storylines. And then that's finished, and he has to do his second album. And he haven't thought about it for a decade. They have to come up with a story. They have to manufacture a story that's not coming from internal passion for the story. Do you understand what I mean?
Look, here's the thing. I think that the way the Infinity Saga worked, the 23 movies of the Infinity Saga, even if you go back, it's funny, you go back and watch Iron Man 2, people are like, Iron Man 2 sucked. It's pretty good. I mean, you watch it, it's a lot of fun. Is it great? Maybe not, but that movie is awesome. Yeah. I mean, you're on an F1 track in Europe. Mickey Rourke is coming out cutting Tony Stark's F1 car in half. And you got the Mark V armor. I mean, come on. Like, what do you want? And then you have War Machine and Iron Man fighting a bunch of drones. It's great. It's not. Look, is it the best MCU movie? No, but it's 75% more entertaining than most of the shit we get.
Yeah, but I think he's made his dream project.
Well, yeah. Okay, that's a very yes.
And now he's trying to do the sequel, so to speak, the next 20 movies or whatever.
Well, I think you're right. I mean, in all of cinema history, in the 120 years or whatever, the MCU is unique. Let's just take the Infinity Saga. The 23 movies of the Infinity Saga are amazing. You know, you think about that, and I always forget the Incredible Hulk, so I guess it's 24 or maybe it's whatever. But they did an incredible job.
Yeah.
And now they're introducing all these characters. The problem is they've already established the idea that there is a thrust to a certain culmination of this story. Phase 4, I don't know where that thrust is. They've introduced a lot of these things, like, for instance, the supernatural.
Yeah.
Like, how does that work?
Yeah, I think there's enthusiasm for it, but I don't think it's the same dream project that it was in the beginning.
No, I don't think it could be.
No. Just a few small things. I sent a picture on your direct message on Twitter to you
today.
Yeah, about an hour or two ago.
Oh, okay. Like well, I've been talking here. I haven't seen it.
No, but if there's one place I would want to visit if I ever get to the States, it's not the Chinese theater. It's not whatever. It's a library in South Carolina.
Ooh.
Where they have all the notes from Robert Jordan's from Robert Jordan
with Wheel of Time.
Yeah, so the picture I sent you, there are like 8 or 9 boxes there. I don't know.
Well, look, if you're coming to the States, bro, and you're gonna go to South Carolina, I'll come meet you because I love South Carolina.
Yeah, but in the archives there are 57 document boxes. There are seven slim, 2 flat boxes, 7 oversized boxes, 13 oversized folders, and a lot of floppy disks and computers and other stuff with just notes and material from.
Will they let you copy that stuff?
I don't know if you get the copy, but you get to write down stuff, and you get. I think you have to notify them ahead of time, and then you get 3 hours with the material and special gloves and so on.
Wow.
So that's what I would want to visit if I went to the States.
Well, if you come to the States, I'll come meet you.
Yeah, it won't happen this year, I can tell you. It won't happen this year.
Well, look, hopefully I'll be around next year, the year after that. Yeah. Count me in, Stubble.
Yeah, and then I want you to check out Juniper Books. Juniper, that's a company that makes custom, what do you call it? Sleeves, covers.
Oh, okay. Yep.
For classic works.
I'm in. Count me in.
There's a science fiction thing there. I think you would like.
I'm in.
Classic science fiction.
Juniper Books. I'm in.
Yeah. Spend some more of that money.
I don't have any more money. I'll never have money again, which is great because I can enjoy what I have.
Yeah.
I can enjoy the stuff I already have. It's good.
Yeah, and just one last thing, a comment about getting older. I'm in my middle years now.
No.
Yeah.
You?
Yeah.
Come on
and
now.
I had this realization here that, when I was about 10 years or so, in school I read about World War II.
Yep.
And it felt like eternity ago because it was 4 times longer than I had lived.
Mm.
But now there's less time than I have lived since World War II.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. So since I was born, from the moment I was born, so there's less time years back from how old I am. So
yes, me too.
In a weird way, it feels closer in time now than when I was 10 years old.
Wow, that's interesting. I don't disagree with you because when you're 10, you don't have any perspective.
No.
You don't know. I mean, if you think about it, 100% of your life was when you were 10.
Yeah.
And then when you're 20, according to actuary tables, that's only 25% of your life.
Yeah. Because if you take, you just turned 55, right?
God damn it.
I think you mentioned that some time ago.
What the fuck?
So if you take,
I gotta say, we're live, dude.
If you take 55 years back from the year you were born, that's the sinking of Titanic.
How crazy is that?
Yeah.
I mean, if you really think about it, so Star Trek debuted in 66.
Yeah.
It ended in 69. Star Trek the Motion Picture came out in 1979. So
yeah,
that was only 14 years. Or actually 13, really. 6 is 79. 13 years. 13 years ago was 2009.
Yeah.
So if you think about it, the Star Trek franchise went from 2009, where it ran for 3 years and was canceled, and then went into strip syndication, had an animated series made, and then finally the most expensive film made ever in 13 years.
And another thing, just last thing, then I'll be off. If you 40 years ago, there were, all those legendary movies. You can list them, you don't have to.
Okay.
But you know what I'm talking about.
Conan, Star Trek 2, Poltergeist,
right.
Blade Runner, The Thing, Tron, The Road Warrior. Should I go on?
Yeah. The way we're talking about them, they are 40 years old. In 1982, if we're going to talk about a 40-year-old movie, we will be talking about Casablanca. So you can see how pop culture have how dependent we have of the
but
pop
my
culture.
God, Stubble, I'm an old man shouting at clouds, I tell you. My God.
Right. But I won't take more of your time now. I've taken enough. But nice talking to you.
Always a pleasure. And by the way, I want to thank you for supporting the John Campea show the way you do. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Because I really do like being on it.
Yeah. It looks like a fun time.
It's so much fun.
Yeah.
It is a good bunch of people. But just don't tell John how he took over his show.
Yeah.
Right. Mm-hmm. But also the fact that I'll be dead soon. I mean, when it comes right down to it, it's like, come on, man. We're going to be dead soon.
Yeah, let's hope so anyway, right?
How are you, sir? And how is the great state you live in?
Oh, it's great. I heard you the other day talking about my my local town. Mr. Stallone is being around doing things around.
I got to tell you, now that Tulsa is name checked in the title of a new Sly Stallone, Tyler Sheridan TV series, I mean, are you ready for the influx of tourists from around the world? Like I would have thought, and I even said this, I said, like, to me, when I hear Tulsa, I'm thinking S.E. Hinton. I'm thinking The Outsiders. I'm thinking Rumblefish. I'm sure you grew up with that.
They're making that house into a museum from Outsiders.
Are they really?
Yeah.
Now, let me ask you this, dude. Are you an Outsiders or a Rumblefish guy?
Oh, I'm definitely Outsiders.
Come on.
And I'm not a soul sheaver. I'm a greaser. I'm a total greaser.
Okay, dude. Do you stay gold?
Always. Got to stay gold.
Dude, I gotta tell you, I'm a Rumblefish guy.
Okay.
I love it's not. Look, I got the brand new box set of The Outsiders, the complete version. I have it. It looks fantastic. Stay gold. I mean, come on, Stevie Wonder. I'm all about, but to me, nothing like, I don't know if you feel this way, and I mean no disrespect, but I never thought of Tulsa, Oklahoma as being cool until I saw Rumblefish.
That's right.
Rumblefish, I mean, Outsiders is a throwback. It's like a 50s movie. But Rumblefish, that made Tulsa cool.
Yep.
Have you lived in Tulsa your whole life?
No, I grew up in rural Oklahoma, went to college, but I've been in Tulsa my whole adult life after graduating. So
But you're an Outsiders guy, not a Rumblefish guy.
Oh, definitely. Well, more so a greaser.
Yeah, you're not a soch. I can tell. You're a greaser. I understand. Now, do you have a favorite greaser in Outsiders? Are you like a soda pop guy? Do you like?
I think it is soda pop. Yeah, I think I always, followed soda pop on all of his different, ventures, and like I've always watched him in all his other shows that he's done since then. So yeah.
All right. I mean, look, The Outsiders is a who's who. What is it? 82. I think 82. Rumblefish was 83.
Yes, because they was filming that when I was in college.
I mean, Outsiders is still, it's such a great movie.
The big story is that all the cast was like in a local hotel, and the not really paparazzi back then, but all the young girls were congregating around there, made it kind of difficult to go in and out. So Tom Cruise.
What a problem to have.
Yeah,
young girls blocking the way.
They actually stayed at this electrician's house in Jinx during the whole shoot, just to have some peace.
Wow, I can see that. I mean, they had the handsomest dudes ever. That might be the handsomest cast of all time. Even the bad guys were handsome.
Yep. I was going to ask you real quick. Stovall was talking about Kevin Feige's dream project. I don't know if he would have a bigger dream project than what he started off with in his career, doing the things like the Phoenix Saga and Galactus.
Yeah.
And I think him setting off and doing those again, but this time correctly, I think that would be a pretty much of a dream project for him.
No, I think you're right. I mean, Kevin Feige, rightly or wrongly, is the most successful producer in the history of Hollywood.
Yeah.
And I think like his job in life is to produce Marvel movies. He worked for Avi Arad, he worked for Richard Donner in the early days, but when he started working on Marvel films, he was working for Avi on any Marvel movie, no matter what studio was doing it, whether it was Raimi's Spider-Man, whether it was Fox's X-Men, he was there. And he saw what worked and he saw what didn't. And as a genre fan, I think that he did a phenomenal job. And now it's kind of the point. What's so funny here's I think the deep flaw with capitalism is that Kevin Feige did it, man. He made 23 MCU films, the entire Infinity Saga, beginning to the end. He did something no one had ever done. But a corporation's like, fuck that, dude. Make us some more money. So you made 23 movies over 13 years. Yeah, what have you done for me tomorrow?
I don't think that Doctor Strange has lost a lot of money.
Oh, no, he's still doing it. This is the thing. Kevin Feige's kicking ass. Doctor Strange has made $950 million. No, he's doing great. The problem, the perception of the fan base is that they're like, well, what's Phase 4 about? Like, who fucking cares?
Yeah.
I mean, Kevin Feige is building a pantheon of stories that he can draw from. Like, I love Moon Knight. Did I think that the show that I watched on Disney Plus was the Moon Knight that I knew and loved?
It was an origin story, Rob. I think if they picked it up like in the what was that the movie, the one that he does with Blade. I think if they did that movie, that would be the Moonlight that you want.
Well, no, here's the thing. The Moon Knight that I want does not have dissociative identity disorder. This was something added. Okay. Moon Knight is a character that was invented, that was debuted in 1975. So we are looking at a character that is just shy of a half century old. That Moon Knight that was first originated had no dissociative identity disorder. That was something that later came into play.
Okay.
What Moon Knight was a film noir Batman, because he had a girlfriend. His Alfred was his best friend. And so, when you read the original Sienkiewicz Doug Mensch, who wrote Moon Knight, and the original Bill Sienkiewicz. When you read those first 30 issues, you could feel the cigarette smoke coming off the panels. And it was an exercise in style and tone and technique. And what they decided to do, what Moon Knight has become over the last 50 years in the MCU, is a very different character. A character that, and Khonshu, his Egyptian god, has become a character. It's all steeped in craziness. And I'm not being judgy McJudgerson. But what I am saying is that why go with that version of the character? You know, why not go with the film noir romantic character with his love interest and his best friend? And why do I have to watch kaiju versions of Egyptian gods fighting over the pyramids? I'm like, that isn't Moon Knight. That isn't even the character that I love. Where's Mark Spector? Where's Jake Lockley? Where's Stephen Grant? Where's Marlene? Where's Frenchie? And I mean, I get it, but the character of Moon Knight that I read for decades bared very little resemblance to the Moon Knight that the MCU showed me. And yet, I still liked it. I was like, this is fascinating shit. But I'm like, when I'm seeing giant monsters fighting over the Egyptian pyramids and one of them's eating the souls of humans, I'm like, dude, come on. Yeah, that's not Moon Knight.
And one more thing, you know, talking about the MCU, mutants, we still don't know how, why, or where. My thought is it's just going to be as simple as it possibly can be, that there always has been mutants.
That's my theory. You and I think alike.
Incredibly small numbers. Like,
yeah.
You know, even in Marvel Comics, there was never a great percentage of mutants compared to the population of the world.
No,
but in this case, I think if it's just maybe a dozen, 2 dozen at a time during the world that are mutants, and then the Infinity Saga with the 2 cosmic force snaps that happen, that kind of jump starts the whole thing, where now there's mutants popping up all over the place.
Well, I mean, also when you live, the MCU has had Celestials, one's popping out of the Indian Ocean, turned to stone, and then you have Arishem over the UK, who's 3 times the size of Earth, saying, "I will judge you." And they've not dealt with, what is the regular man on the street? Okay, I was blipped for 5 years by Thanos, and now I was in Egypt on vacation, and I saw Ahmet, and I saw Khonshu fighting over the pyramids, and like, I don't know what to think anymore. I mean, my life is meaningless. The gods are fighting, and I can't do anything. I was blipped for 5 years. My entire stock portfolio went in the toilet. I feel that what's really happening with the MCU is not great. It's no longer focused, and they're not dealing with the ramifications of their own storylines.
Well, I don't think the movies that we've had hasn't really dealt with like the ground level person.
No, and one of the great miniseries of all time was Marvel's. Kurt Busiek wrote it, and Alex Ross painted it, and it was the Marvel universe by way of the man on the street.
Yeah, I think She-Hulk, we might see a lot more of that in She-Hulk, because that's going to delve with a lot more regular people.
Yeah, and it also breaks the fourth wall and all that. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think it'll be great.
All right. Well, Rob, take it easy. It's good talking to you again, sir.
Good to see you, Tulsa. I mean, I'm telling you, I mean, I like Outsiders, but Rumblefish, come on, man. It's very, very cool. Wait, no, I can't. I can't hear you. You are. Your stream is hard and fast.
There, and I have unmuted.
All the way from Helsing Junction Farm. Now,
That's
I have
right,
to ask
Rob.
you, are those LPs behind you?
That is my vinyl collection behind me.
Wow. Now, what is your most prized vinyl?
Boy, that is a tough question.
There's no wrong answer.
Yeah, I think it's probably the set of 12-inch singles I have of Fela Anikulapo-Kuti from
Wow.
Nigeria.
Now, okay, I'm a huge 12-inch single fan.
Yeah.
What company released those?
These are all, I bought them years ago in African music stores on the East Coast when I lived
Oh, wow.
there.
Okay. Wow.
So they're
okay.
African pressings a lot.
They're asking, wow. Okay. Yeah. I bow to you, sir. What a great answer. So the 12-inch, are they remixes or are they just live tracks? What are they?
No, his albums and his 12 inches are the same kind of thing in that there's normally one 20-minute piece on each side.
Yeah.
So sometimes they would come with an actual album cover, and sometimes they would come with just a white sleeve, like a 12 inch.
How did you encounter him for the first time?
When I was in college, so we'll say back in about 77.
Okay. The same year that Star Wars came out.
Same year that Star Wars came out.
Just had to say that. And The Spy Who Loved Me. If you're a Bond fan.
And I had a Nigerian friend who had one of these records, and I heard it once and I said, "Who is that?" And once he introduced me to him, I started to collect his music.
Wow.
So
I love that.
And he was great because he would record a song, and then at the point that he released it, it would he'd never perform it again. He would move on to the next songs that were his hits.
Wow. So it's kind of like being a Grateful Dead fan. You got to get all those live albums because that's the only time that they're ever going to be performed that way.
Well, they're all done in the studio. I mean, they're all that way. And, he had this, there's a couple of films of him during his life that are pretty amazing.
Yeah.
You ever get to see any of the stuff on him? It's pretty phenomenal.
Very cool. I didn't mean to derail what you wanted to say. I just thought I would ask.
It's all right. I mean, sometime I'd love to show some of the reissue stuff because they do, if you want something else to start collecting, some of the reissues on African music have been extraordinary packaging.
Do you think In Search of Sugar Man gave a resurgence to all African music?
I think it's one of these things where a lot of music in different continents has been becoming much more available. I mean, like I said, I used to buy this vinyl. I'd go into, a store and sort of point to records, and somebody would look at me like, "You want that?" And
yes,
but
yes, I do.
It's kind of like going into a very Chinese restaurant where English is not spoken, and you just point at the special on the wall.
Right.
And
here's the photograph.
Okay, yeah, no, that's what I want. So, anyways, I just think we've become global, and a lot of the historical music from these different places has finally started to trickle where collectors bunch it together and then it gets issued.
Yeah, no, I think, look, I've always said, I mean, despite the fact that if you go on Twitter today, people think I'm a gatekeeping asshole, which is fine. I set myself up for that.
Yeah.
But what I do think is, like you just said, all of this stuff is more available than ever before, whether it's through the internet or actually getting, like you have, physical media.
Right.
Which is amazing because we're there are those like, well, globalism, fuck globalism, and there's a reason to fear all that.
Right.
But the byproduct, I think, is that when, like you said, when we can have more African music in our lives, we're better off because you're getting a different perspective than you've never had before. And I love, like, when I was, whether I was going to Israel or Bulgaria or Korea, what I loved was going and hearing traditional, my favorite thing is going to a local bar, drinking local beer and listening to people doing karaoke of local music that I can't speak, but you get a sense of the vibe, you know, and
definitely.
And we have now access to all of this stuff.
It's
and
amazing.
How great is that?
Yeah. Well,
so that vinyl, is that all your vinyl behind you?
You know, I lived in Philadelphia for a number of years, and then I moved out to Washington State, and I decided at that point that I couldn't bring all the vinyl with me, so I went down to, I don't know, like 1,000 albums from maybe like 5 or 6.
Yeah. You curated. I understand. I'm right there with you.
You gotta, when you know what it's like when you move and you move your, you know, physical like product. Yeah.
Dude, when you start moving, nothing means anything anymore. It's like, fuck this, throw it away. I don't care.
Yeah.
And there's nothing better to get rid of shit than moving. Like, don't care. But now let me ask you, you're Washington State now. Are you in Washington now?
Yes. Well, I'm outside of scenic Rochester, Washington, which is between Portland and Olympia.
Yes. I went to Evergreen in Olympia. You know, I used to stop in I used to a girl whose family owned the McDonald's in Chehalis. Now, let me ask you this: are the billboards, like you'd leave between Chehalis and Centralia? There were these, let's call them right-wing billboards that would have sayings. Yeah. Are they still changing? Are they still changing the sayings like every week?
Well, the sad part is that the crazy dad passed away, and his son inherited the billboard, and his son is nowhere near as creative as the dad was, and he doesn't update it anywhere near as much. He's still kind of the same sort of thing, but it's not like the same level of like vitriol and crazy.
That's really too bad, because you know, I used to make the drive from Evergreen. I dated a girl in McMinn. She went to college in McMinnville. Mm-hmm. So and that billboard coming and going was the highlight of the trip.
Major entertainment. Yeah, it's just not the same anymore.
Like nothing else. Our country's spiraling down into the drain. Nobody can come up with a good slogan for a billboard anymore.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is we live in a time where there should be so much sloganeering, because my God, we've never lived in a time where people are more crazy and insane than now. So shouldn't your billboard foo be masterful? Oh well, what are you gonna do?
So I did want to actually bring it back to our general topics. I finally this past week got to see the Eternals.
Really? And
you know, you were the only voice that really was calm and positive about this film, and I really loved this movie.
I did too.
And I found that maybe the topics are like too mature for the MCU general audience. I mean, I felt that Icarus was really a story about a man who was devoted to his work and how his work
and his God.
His life. Well, he was working for his God, and his God represented the pinnacle of everything that established who he was. And when it broke him, and that was really in the end what, you know, was such a great, incredible arc. You know,
I you know what, I couldn't agree with you more. I mean, it's so, like, here's what I don't understand as far as fandom is concerned these days. The Eternals was a giant swing for the MCU. It was a giant swing for Kevin Feige. It was a giant swing. It was dealing with things, and all anyone says now is that it was a swing and a miss. And I look at that film and I think there are some things. The problem is the MCU is the fact that they even had to have the deviants. None of that deviant business makes any sense at all.
Right.
It doesn't make sense. It's weird. So if I was making that movie, I'm like, get rid of the deviants. You defeated them, but now you're the custodians of humanity. And that's all you need to know. And it's a family that is fractured and broken, you know, and
Right.
and I love that. The fact that Kingo goes to India and he's like, I'm my own ancestors. I have a 100-year lineage in the Indian film industry. I'm like, that's cool. Like, that's clever and interesting. And, you know, I loved Eternals. Now, let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Why do you think that movie's basically been dismissed?
That I'm perplexed. Maybe it's that, you know, I think there's an expectation around what has to happen in an MCU movie.
Yes, I agree with you.
And when that is not met, it's derided because it doesn't meet that. Now, like, you know, Shang-Chi was a film where it's a really wonderful, interesting character film that kind of collapses in the big fight at the end. But the big fight is like almost put in there because it has to be an MCU movie.
I loved Shang-Chi, and I agree with you.
The characters are great.
It was so much fun. I love Shang-Chi, and I you know, the fact that Tony Leung is in it, I'm like, come on.
Amen.
You pick one of like, I'm a white dude. If I could be if I was Chinese, I would be Tony Leung. And I like the fact that they picked him because I love him from Wong Kar-wai's films, like In Food for Love. I love him all the way going back to John Woo's Hard Boiled, you know, back in '92. He was fucking dope. I love that guy. And the fact that most film in America, they're like, who's that guy? They don't know. I'm like, that guy, it's like getting the fucking Tom Cruise of Chinese cinema to come be in your movie. Actually, not Tom Cruise, because he's not much of a romantic lead. I don't know. Kevin Costner's Circa the Bodyguard. That's Tony Leung, and he's the man. And the fact that they picked him, you know, it was great.
It was a great move and wonderful characters. I did want to say also in the Eternals, the whole arc with Thena. Anybody who's had a family member who's had Alzheimer's or dementia, like totally sees the feels for this character and the way that she's being cared for and the way that she can be violent towards everyone and not recognize them is actually extremely successful and realistic.
100%, and beautifully handled in the movie.
Beautifully done. Yeah, I don't understand. I went back and looked at a couple of the really critical reviews of it, and I didn't see the same movie they did.
No, well, you know, unfortunately, there is one blind spot that modern fandom has, and that is human emotion. You know, they don't understand. I mean, there's plot machinations and there's Joseph Campbellian storytelling and all that, which is great. But when you start dealing with actual human emotions, especially here in America, we're so stunted in our emotional growth anyway. I mean, we're like, I want what I want right now. If I don't have it, I'm gonna be unhappy. I mean, that's where we're at. So the Eternals is dealing with the story of they're Eternals. They've been here for thousands, tens of thousands, millions of years. And it's like, these creatures are different than us. And we have to give them that quarter, you know? And I feel like we don't. And I feel like when Marvel takes a swing like this, and by the way, like you, I was enchanted by the movie. I love the Eternals. You know, when they first wake up and you see Gemma Chan, I mean, she's like just been created. She's a newborn. She's like, wow, you know, this is my 10,000th reincarnation to go deal with a planet or whatever. It's my job. And they're talking, and you look at her, and the way she's shot, she's one of the most beautiful female creatures any human man has ever laid eyes on. And as she's supposed to be, because she's an Eternal, you know, you look at it was striking. And she's talking about the planet. She's like, look at that planet out there where we're going, the Earth. It's so beautiful. I mean, even in that one exchange, it's romantic. And they basically, the Eternals are saying that this planet that we're going to, where all of us live, that we're amazing. That's why they're going there. That we're more important than they are. And I thought that was kind of lost, that there's a whole cadre of, and now, to be fair, they're nefarious because all they want to do is make sure that the egg cracks okay and the planet can be consumed and everyone's fine. So they're really bastards, but I did like them. No, you're right. And that billboard, I don't know if you ever made that drive. Yeah, you know the billboard I'm talking about. I mean, I looked at it my whole life. I to be fair, I have not. It's probably been 20 years since I've driven past that billboard. But I used to love it, and now that the father's dead, and I get it. But yeah, memes are the new billboard. They are, which is a bummer. Now, Doug Saylor, by the way, seems to have a quite incredible collection of physical media behind him. I'm just saying, I can't wait to.
Hello.
How are you, man? Thanks for waiting around. How are things in your neck of the woods?
Yeah, it's fine. You know, sometimes it rains, sometimes it's not, but everything's fine weather-wise.
I think last time we talked to you, the election was happening there.
Yeah.
How'd that go for you?
Very disappointing, but I won't explain that much, or else they might red tag your channel.
Man, I've listened to a lot about what's going on, and I'm like, wow, okay. All I want to know is, does that mean you're going to have national shoes being issued, like the way they issue sneakers here in Air Jordans or whatever? I mean, Marco shoes, nationalize the brand.
It will be inaugurated by the end of the month, and then after that, I don't know what will happen in our country. So good luck to us.
Well, you know what? You can always talk to us here.
But anyways, I recently, first I opened a YouTube channel like a few weeks ago.
Yeah, how's that going?
It's called the Fast Food Toy Palace, where I basically unbox fast food toys.
By the way, that is first of all, that idea is the greatest idea ever.
Yeah, I mean,
and you have a rich history of that. You can go back for years, decades.
Yeah, and that is my goal in the channel. Unbox, both new and vintage ones. As long as they're sealed, I'll unbox them. And it's been doing well, to my surprise. Like the views, there are a lot of views, more than I expected. So yeah, it's been great.
Well, I think in all of YouTube, if you think about the entire planet Earth, there's 7 billion people on Earth. How many people would come up with the idea of unboxing toys that were in fast food containers?
Yeah, like Happy Meal or from Jollibee or whatever.
I think you're the only one, Cinemike, and I think that you've stumbled on a niche that's only yours. You're going to own that shit.
Yeah,
as a matter of fact, I know you can't patent an idea, but my God.
Well, there are also some channels out there, but not a lot. It's a small, so yeah, it's a niche thing as far as I know, because I've only encountered very few channels that dedicates to fast food toys.
Well, I hoist my lemonade to you, sir. And that is, I think, a fantastic idea. And as long as you're having fun and you have an excuse to spend money on toys you probably shouldn't buy, like me, don't buy those toys. I mean, Elizabeth comes into the garage today. I'm like, don't come in here. She actually knocked something over and broke a very expensive collectible, which I'll fix. But I'm like, don't come in here. And she's like, you just don't want me to come in here because you don't want me to see how many things you bought. I'm like, yeah, that's right. I sneak them off the front porch. I don't want you to know anything that's in here.
Yeah.
So it's put away and you won't notice it. So.
Yeah, but anyways, in terms of what I've been watching, well, during the month of May, I've been watching a lot of TV, for the past, because in March, April, May, so many shows have premiered and aired because of the Emmy, eligibility, because the Emmy eligibility ended at the end of May, which is why so many things premiered. Although there is the so-called the hanging episode rule, so there are still episodes that aired after, like in early June, that could compete. Like example, like the June episodes of The Offer or Strange New Worlds, like they can compete. So yeah, I've been watching a lot of TV, and I would say that like I watch a lot. Like I watch like The Staircase with the miniseries with Colin Firth, which I thought like it's 8 episodes, but I thought it should have been 6 episodes.
Yeah.
I think they stretched that story too much. It's a true crime story, but I think they stretched that story too much.
Based on a great documentary series too.
Yeah, but great performances, with Colin Firth and Toni Collette and Juliette Binoche and Sophie Turner, like great performances. But out of like a lot of TV shows that I watched, the one that stood out to me the most is the 3rd season of Barry. Like the 3rd season has been like they went like Breaking Bad, Sopranos level with the 3rd season. Like the entire cast, like whether it's Bill Hader or Henry Winkler or Stephen Root, like every single cast member is great. And Bill Hader, like what a director! Like he directed like majority of the episodes and every.
Well, the bike chase scene.
That scene, that is a well crafted chase scene. Like he knows how to direct a well crafted.
Oh yeah.
I'm looking forward to see him directing a feature film. Like I'm pretty sure that he will direct a feature film maybe after the show ends. I'm pretty sure like that would be his next goal, perhaps in his career. I mean, that's my guess. And
I agree.
That's the future on on being a good, maybe like Academy Award level type of filmmaker. I think he has the potential.
No, 100%. I totally agree with you.
Yeah, so yeah, I love the 3rd season. Barry. I also enjoyed the 2nd season of Hacks, with Gene Smart. Like
really good.
Yeah, it's better than the first. I thought the 4th episode, the episode where they went on the lesbian cruise, I thought that's like the funniest episode so far.
It was amazing.
Then I've also seen Under the Banner of Heaven with Andrew Garfield.
I have not watched that. Is it great?
I like it, but again, like each episode is more than an hour. For me, it shouldn't be. I thought like each episode could have cut like 10 minutes in each episode. And there are also like the backstories that I don't think work. But Andrew Garfield's performance was great. And if I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing his name right, Gail Birmingham.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's also great there. Like he and Andrew Garfield, and also Sam Worthington, who is doing probably one of the best of his career.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like his usual action role.
Right. Sure.
Yeah.
Well, that's good to hear.
Yeah, but I've also seen like Shining Girls, with Elizabeth Moss.
What did you think of that?
I like the series a lot. Like it's very intriguing.
I thought it was. I read the book. I thought the series was great.
Yeah. Elizabeth Moss was great, and Janie Bell. It's very also great. That's like the villain who, because I never thought that he could play a character like that, because I've always seen him like as a nice guy.
Oh yeah. Nope. Not in the Shining Girls. Nope.
So it's very different from from the rest of his career. But yeah, then of course the second half of final season of Ozark, like yeah. Yeah, what a like all I want to say is that I hope Laura Linney will win an Emmy this year. I love her performance in.
No, I mean I've never seen watching a woman spiral into madness. She was amazing.
Yeah, and Laura Linney went all the way on doing that role. like I like her arc. I like Laureline's performance. I think
incredible.
The Emmy. I mean, it's the final season. Like it's the last chance that they could award her an Emmy for that role. And I like
she deserves it.
And I know that she already has like 4 Emmys at this point, but she needs to win for Ozark at the very least.
Oh my God, incredible!
And also Julia Garner was great, who is going to be Madonna soon, as you know.
Love that casting. I mean, she's like Israeli.
Yeah,
I love the fact nobody knows that about her.
Yeah,
she's from deep south. No.
Yeah,
Israeli.
I also love the casting of Julia Garner as Madonna. If I may add.
Oh, I love it. I mean, they've seen. You show her, you see her. It's amazing. I love the fact that she's going to play Madonna. It's great casting.
Yeah, it's great casting, and I've heard that the audition process was brutal for the Madonna role. Like I heard that,
because she's the producer. Madonna herself, so she'd have to look. I can't imagine.
Co-write. She will be heavily involved. Although to be honest, I'm not sure about her as a director.
Yeah, no. I mean,
it could go either way of in her. But then I heard like the audition process, like all the actors who auditioned for the role of Madonna. I've heard that they have to go on a boot camp, like 12 hours of dancing and singing sessions with her choreographer.
They have to get into the groove.
Yeah, like 12 hours, and I think Florence Pugh was on the running on the
She would have been good.
And someone from Euphoria and more actresses, they went on this boot camp of to get that role. But I think Julia Garner is like the perfect one.
Yeah, she'll be great.
Yeah, so
she'll be great. But I can only imagine. I mean, I don't think a director who's directing their own, although I shouldn't say this, their own life story, is the best person to direct the movie.
Yeah, I also think that as well. And I mean, Madonna has not proven yet that she's a good film director.
Yeah, no, she's not.
She only directed one film, the WE, before, although it was not received well. So I'm not sure if she is the right choice of director, because it reminds me a bit. I mean, it's not a similar situation, but it reminds me a bit when Clint Eastwood hired the 3 actual soldiers for the 1517 to Paris.
Yep.
That film, I did not like that film at all. I thought that was very disappointing, and thought it was a wrong move to hire the actual soldiers to play.
Yeah, they can't. I mean, acting is is a very difficult, very specific task, and it's very hard to do.
Yeah.
And not everyone can do it, although everyone thinks they can.
Yeah.
But they can't. So.
Yeah, as someone who has done acting lessons, I can attest to that, and yeah, but so yeah, I'm 50-50 about the Madonna biopic idea. To be honest.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, maybe cooler heads will prevail. Who knows?
Yeah, but Julia Garner, I'm in just for her.
Me too. Totally in.
And and yeah, but yeah. What else? I've also watched the Time Traveler's Wife series.
I've been enjoying that.
I've been enjoying it too. I don't understand the negative reviews. I think they were too harsh.
I don't know. What do you expect it to be? It's exactly what it's supposed to be.
Yeah, it's very romantic. I thought like the chemistry between Theo James, who I like that you called him like the young Peter Gallagher because
he is. He talks like he is totally the young Peter Gallagher. He sounds just like him.
I agree with that. I thought the chemistry with Rose Leslie and Tia James, they have great chemistry together.
It's great. I mean, and I think it's a really interesting. Like, I love time travel stories. I'm always telling people to watch the Spear Brothers. Oh God, what's it called? It's called. It's based on Heinlein's All You Zombies. Why am I drawing a blank? I'm sorry. Anyway, Cinemike, thanks for being here. Yeah, we're going late. Well, we'll get these last four. Yes. King Tannic, how are you, sir? We cannot hear you. We can't. In a world where, oh my God, we cannot hear you. It could be a mic thing, like make sure like in the Zoom that it can read your mic, hear your mic, or whatever. He's waited a long time. I'm willing to wait for King Tannic. We will wait to hear from him because he's got a Route 66 T-shirt or a hat and not T-shirt. Oh, is that an order? I couldn't see it. It's an order. So he's advocating killing Jedi. All right, that's fine. It's
okay,
fine.
Is that good?
Oh yeah, now we can hear you.
I don't know what happened. I had to unplug it and plug it back in.
Wow, you sound good.
Am I too loud? Let me know if.
No, you sound good. Are you a DJ? Because man, the dulcet tones of your voice.
No, I'm not a DJ.
Could be.
Well, Mr. Meyer Burnett, sir, it is
sir.
A great honor. This is my first members only chat.
Well, the honor is mine. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being a member. So where are you coming to us from right now?
I am in Fort Worth, Texas.
All right, okay. I don't mess with Texas.
Don't mess with Texas.
Don't mess with Texas.
I'll try to I wrote down some stuff so that way I don't meander and waste everybody.
No, you know what? This is all about meandering and wasting time. You can say whatever you want.
So first, I thought I'd mention I stopped collecting physical media a while back.
Okay, you're out. Cut him off. Come on, you're out, dude.
Let me defend myself.
Just kidding. I am.
Mainly because I realized that a lot of franchises are going to stop doing it, and so I was like, okay, because of my OCD, I better stop before I'm unable to collect and I just have an unfinished thing because that'll bother me. But the only movie I have in 3 different forms of physical media is my favorite film of all time, and I thought I'd show you.
Wait. That's my.
Are you gonna guess?
No, I can't.
Okay.
Drum roll.
All right, it is Titanic. So we have the VHS.
Wait, what? First of all, I will say this. Kudos to you for picking Titanic, because I'll tell you something. Everyone bet against James Cameron, and my philosophy in life is there might be death and taxes. Never, ever bet against Jimmy C.
Dude,
do not do it.
You coming out this year. Come on.
I mean, you know what? I mean, and people are like, oh, we saw Avatar: The Way of Water trailer at CinemaCon they gave us 3D glasses. It was unbelievable. Like I'm a huge fan of James Cameron, huge, but Titanic is fucking dope, man.
It's great.
It's great. It's your favorite movie of all time. It's great. Yeah. So late. I didn't mean to co-opt. I didn't mean to bogart your time. So you have the VHS tape.
I have the VHS right there, and so there's 2 VHS in there. I have the collector's edition DVD. You open this up, and there's like a bunch of cool stuff in there. And then I have the 3D Blu-ray. I've actually never watched the 3D version because I don't have a 3D TV, but I have it.
Well, I can assure you, sir, the 3D conversion is quite good.
I've heard that.
I think Titanic and Top Gun might be the 2 3D conversions that are quite excellent. Now, but let me ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
Why is Titanic your favorite movie?
Now in my gosh, I
don't say defense. It's not in your defense. It's your favorite movie.
I was going to say in my experience.
You are amongst friends here, sir. You do not have to defend anything ever. If Titanic's your favorite movie, we just want to know why. What do you love about Titanic?
All right. Well,
tell us the good stuff.
Okay. I've just honestly, in a short answer, I've just never seen any film better. I've never had a film affect me in a way. I don't know when it happened. I've loved film my entire life. And then one day, like out of my many years, I just realized Titanic's my favorite movie. There wasn't like a time when I watched it and finished it and realized that. It was just one day, it was Titanic, and it's just been Titanic ever since. I think everything about the film is perfect. I think the pacing, everybody complains like the film's a little too long. I think the film is perfectly paced.
I do too. I don't think it's too long at all.
It's a 3-hour movie that feels like 90 minutes to me.
Yes.
I think it's great. Some of the dialogue's a little corny, but you know, I love it. It's got heart
but
in
it's a period. Yeah, that's exactly right. Like, dude, I'm a huge Cameron acolyte. I think what you're saying is absolutely correct. What I think, you know, you responded to is there's also a universality to Titanic. It doesn't matter who you are, where you come from, what your station is in life. Titanic speaks. I mean, Rose, that whole relationship between DiCaprio and Kate Winslet, it makes sense. And it's also genuine. And so, you know, now it's so funny to me. We're now living through a period of time where on social media, everyone makes fun of Avatar. And I'm like, you guys don't bet against Jimmy C. What are you talking about? Avatar was a cause celeb 13 years ago. It swept the nation. People were weeping because they couldn't live on Pandora. I mean, it was hugely important. And nowadays people are like, yeah, it's just Fern Gully and Dances with Wolves. I'm like, no, it's not. You guys don't get it. And Titanic was where that began, because it was so expensive and such a risky proposition, and 2 studios were involved. The industry wanted James Cameron to fail. They painted him in the press as some kind of a guy that would fail. Do you know who knew James Cameron wouldn't fail? Do you know?
James Cameron.
Fuck yes. See, you do know. James Cameron knew he wouldn't
so
fail.
much, dude.
Fuck yeah, dude. And that is exactly right. You do not bet against Jimmy C, because in this day and age, when people are like, if you stand up and go, I believe in myself, that triggers motherfuckers on Twitter. They're like, did you hear what Rob Burnett said? He said he believed in himself. That arrogant cis white male prick. Fuck him. I mean, my God. Wow. James Cameron, you bet on that man, because he's never lost. Ever.
Right. I mean, it means so much to me. Like I can't explain it. I have a YouTube channel myself. I mainly talk about anime on it, but I've talked about movies here and there. And I've thought, what would I say if I ever made a video appreciating Titanic? And I've never done it just because I don't know what I could say. I always feel like I could never fully express how I feel, and I would never do the film justice.
Okay.
So I've just never attempted it.
Okay, listen. I'm going to judge you for a minute. I think you're younger than I am.
Yes.
Okay, you're younger than I am. If you accept my judgment, okay. Here's the thing. You need to speak up, because your voice is important. And here's what I hate. We live in a snark-filled, pithy world where romanticism and true love is dying. That people, and if you truly love something like Titanic, as well you should, you have to do a video where you express this love. You must share this love. Don't apologize. And you'll probably get all kinds of hate in the comments or some bullshit. Do it. Do that video. Make it, put it on YouTube, because you know what? We are living in a world where snark and hatred is becoming more fun to express than love. And if you love something, dude, sing it to the highest peaks with all your might. And the fact is, and couch it this way, you know, in pop culture now, everyone's making fun of there's going to be 10,000 Avatar sequels. And I think to myself, wouldn't that be great? Has James Cameron ever let you down? Like when you're deriding Avatar, why are you doing that? Like now there's this weird narrative that Avatar wasn't the most successful film of the time. And I'm like, you're all wrong. And before that, you know what the most successful film was?
Yeah, not just that, Titanic.
Yeah, it was Titanic. So I would say you should do that. You know, think about it. Think about like, what is it? And I think what you will come up with is you love a great story, well told. You should say it, man. You should get up there and be like, I love this movie. And by the way, people would watch it, especially with a pithy thumbnail or whatever. I don't say I love Titanic. Fuck you. Although I would do that. I mean, I would say something to the effect of James Cameron's Titanic, or I'm enchanted by Titanic. James Cameron's masterpiece, or some clickbait headline like that. People will watch it, especially in the lead up. You know, Titanic, or no, wait, it's Avatar. The first Avatar is being re-released in theaters in September. It's going to IMAX. Wait, and like August, 25th, release your hot take on Titanic, because that way it gives you time to edit it, make it awesome, and promote it on your channel. I'll promote it. I'll have you come on my channel. Come on, Robservations, and tell me why you love Titanic, and don't tell me everything. You're like, well, Rob, you know what? I'm dropping my video tomorrow.
And it's all because of you giving this speech right now.
Fuck yeah, it is. Like, do that. Because here's the thing. What I don't look, I had fun on Twitter yesterday and everyone came out hard at me. It's so funny that you criticize something, people jump down your throat. But if you say you love something, then people still jump down your throat and tell you why you're an idiot. And it's like, really? You're actually going to criticize me because I'm espousing my love of something? You can never lose. And by the way, loving Titanic is kind of a hot take. And from clickbait alone, just do that. You got to do that. And by the way, Titanic is a great movie. I'll flat out say it. I own multiple copies of it myself. It's a great film. It's a great historical film. What Cameron chose to, he told the most romantic story within the most apocalyptic historical. Like, how many people died in that movie? Hundreds. And yet it's so romantic. And Jack, don't just stay here. You stay on this flotation device. No, Rose, you get up on it. All right. Down to the bottom of the ocean.
I guess the last thing I'll ask you is, have you ever had the true Titanic experience? And by that, I mean,
You mean sinking to the bottom of the ocean? Because I've had many relationships
I mean,
where I thought that was exactly what was going on.
So something I do every year is I have this ritual where I watch Titanic, and I forget what exact time in the movie it happens, but the moment the ship goes fully underwater, I find that timestamp, and then I sync it up to what time the boat actually went underwater in real life, and I watch it in real time. So I start the movie at like 11 p.m. on April 14th. Wow. And then at like 2:20 something on April 15th, in the middle of at AM, the ship goes underwater. And it's crazy because everybody's silent, everybody's asleep, and you just have this ship go underwater. It's crazy.
Wow. Well, I've never quite done that.
Try it. The true Titanic experience.
Oh no, it's like playing Dark Side of the Moon with the Wizard of Oz or whatever. I mean, I'm with you 100%. I love that idea, and I've never done that. However, what's cool about that is you get a perspective. I mean, I think the fact that, when you watch Titanic, that was the only thing that's going on planet Earth at that moment. Is this giant unsinkable boat is sinking. Nothing else, no one, lives of quiet desperation, nothing matters but what's going on during that movie. But if you went around the world, especially when daylight, the other side of the planet, all kinds of things are going on. But that's why I love historical, movies. I mean, James Cameron took the Titanic sinking and turned it into a fictional story, which I love. That works. And it's terrific. But there's all kinds of things going on at the world at the time. But all that really mattered at that moment was the greatest ship ever constructed was about to sink under the ocean and kill a bunch of people.
And my last question, what's your favorite Blackpink song? Mine is As If It's Your Last. Thank you for your time, Robert.
Well, okay.
Talk to you next time.
I have to say, Boombayah is the first Blackpink song. It was the video that I saw. And what was really interesting when I saw Boombayah, I'd never heard of Blackpink. I didn't know what they were. And I didn't I'm a huge fan. Like in the 80s when I was growing up, I love 12-inch remixes. I love production. I love like Trevor Horn. ZTT was my favorite label. And because I love the production of 12 inches. And when I saw that video, I'm like, I literally was like, what is this? Now, Elizabeth's like, I know what it is. It's young Korean chicks and you love. I'm like, well, Elisa's Thai. She's not Korean. No, I couldn't explain it. I couldn't, but it would never fly in the house. But that song, I just loved it. I'm like, this is a catchy. If I had heard that song 30 years ago, I would have bought the 12-inch remix. And that was my introduction to Black. That was the first time. And by the way, even when I saw that video, I felt unclean for watching it. I loved it because of the remix quality of it. I love the fact that that's a fucking banger dance track. I'm like, that's awesome. And I love the video. And I knew nothing about, I didn't know much about K-pop. And even bought Blackpink merch. And Elizabeth is like, why are you wearing that? I'm like, okay, come on. She's like, you're just a dirty old man. I'm like, no, I like this one song that made me want to get up and dance. And Lalisa's, it's hard to say Lalisa, but her solo album is really interesting. I thought, I'm like, this is pretty cool. And now that we have BTS breaking up because they want to pursue their solo careers, I'm like, the entire the K-pop industry is thrown into turmoil. I read an article about how their management company could lose like billions of dollars. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, well, here's my problem with K-pop. It's so produced. I would love to see, and maybe there is, I don't know enough about it. Maybe there is. I would love to see a Korean K-pop acoustic record where even if it's Lalisa, all the better, like sitting in a chair singing with a guitar. I would love to see that because I do think that K-pop music does suffer from being overproduced. And what we get in America is the albums, the videos, whatever, but it's like, come on. I mean, and no one, these are all singers, no one's picking up a guitar. And anyway, I don't mean to pontificate, but it was Boombayah was my first experience with Blackpink, and I was like, what is this? And I loved it. So, and then I also loved, the last Blackpink thing I bought was Lalisa's Lalisa. I bought Lalisa the solo album. That was the last thing I bought. Even though I have to look around to my girlfriend going, no, baby, I didn't buy a solo album from a really hot Thai rapper that I love. No, I didn't do that. Why do you think I did? Thanks for being a member, sir. Doug, how are you, sir?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, and can I just say I've been salivating over your physical media collection behind you. That is fan-fucking-tastic. Look at that.
Yeah, it keeps going on and on. I'm not getting into hot toys because
now did you design those shelves? Are those custom shelves or did you buy those shelves?
That was my wife's idea. We remodeled a few years ago, and I had my DVDs and boxes and everything. And my wife had the idea of putting these. Yeah, they're custom made.
Oh my God!
I wasn't
well,
sure.
You tell your wife, God bless her for me. Tell her God bless her because she understands. She knows what's up.
Yeah, like I have my stepson had to get rid of a lot of stuff because he was expecting a baby on the way, and I said I don't get rid of stuff. My wife just makes more room for it.
God bless her. You know what you are? You're a geek stream guy. Come on, amazing.
Thank you.
Well done.
Okay, on to a worse topic here. I've been a James Bond fan since pretty well day one. 1973, I saw my first James Bond movie, Live and Let Die, in the theater.
Live and Let Die. That was Live and Let Die.
And
then the next year you got Man with the Golden Gun in 74.
Yeah, and then my favorite of all James Bonds, Spy Who Loved Me, which I think is just awesome.
Well, you know what? Nobody does it better.
Yeah.
Makes me feel for the rest.
And everything was great. People don't seem to understand that James Bond is always the same character. From, the actor might change, but the character was always supposed to be the same character.
Yeah.
Until Casino Royale. Now, I liked Casino Royale, but I walked out of that movie going, they just changed everything. Everything's changed now. Daniel Craig now is his own thing now. And I thought, where's this going to go? The last thing I thought it was going to happen was Always Time to Die, which is just awful. I never thought I'd see James Bond die in his own freaking movie, and it broke my heart. And then as
you and I park our shuttlecrafts in the same shuttle bay because I hated No Time to Die.
Yeah.
I mean, he had a submersible. He came in a submersible. Bro, go downstairs, get in the submersible you came in, and leave.
The new 007 killed the guy that probably could have helped because he made a racist joke.
Yeah, it's not good.
No, and now, now they're like, I was insulted at the end of the movie when it said James Bond will return. I just saw him die. I was insulted.
You won't get any argument from me. I mean, we live in a very strange world we live in, where you can kill your main character and then the end credits go, he'll return though. He's coming back.
It's like,
really?
Yeah.
That's some resurrection shit. That's some Jesus shit. If James Bond comes back, does he walk on water and make miracles? I mean, what the fuck?
Yeah. And now
I died.
What they're going to do?
I died, but I'm back now. But I died, in a biblical land. So it's fine.
It's been my life, loving James Bond, and now I think I could be done. If they don't pick a great actor and if they don't have the right storyline or whatnot, I could be done.
Doug, let me ask you. I too am a lifelong James Bond fan. We now have 25 official James Bond movies since 1962. What would you need in the James Bond franchise? What would you need to come back and go to the latest Bond film? Would you need somebody new? Should it be like someone like Idris Elba, who's 50? Should it be a period piece and set it back in the 60s during the Cold War, or set it now with a new actor? I mean, I personally think the problem with James Bond is the world is full of a bunch of douchebags now, And we don't understand why we need some ass kicking, take no prisoners. I will fuck any woman that moves. I don't care, and drink martini because every day of my life could be my last. And I don't care about your feelings or anything else. I'll put a gun in your face and blow your head off because I have a license to kill. Don't fuck with me.
I think the only way James Bond works now is in a Madman era with the in the 1960s, and I think that's the only way you can really do it.
But let me ask you this: the whole Bond franchise was in the 60s. Dr. No was 62. You know, Russia with Love was 63, 64. Goldfinger, 64. Thunderball, 65. You Only Live Twice, 67. On Her Majesty's Secret Service, 69. So the James Bond franchise actually was in the 1960s.
Exactly.
It started out that way. So people are like, let's make period piece. Oh, you mean like the James Bond movies were? and to go back, I think there's an inauthenticity. I mean, I would love to see a James Bond movie where all of the people James Bond is fighting are not worth fighting. You know, it's all rich people. Like, we live in a world where like Mo Vlogs, and I love Mo Vlogs. I've watched Mo Vlogs. He's one of the oldest YouTube. I mean, he's not personally old, but he has a channel. He lives in Dubai, goes to India. Him and his sister. I mean, they interview the richest people in the world. I watch his videos. I'm like, I want to live the life Mo Vlogs lives. He's awesome. He only knows rich people, and he lives in Dubai, and I wish I could live his life. I love it.
Yeah.
But now we live in a world like today. I watch Mo Vlogs, and I'm like, would Mo like a modern Bond? Does he go to see James Bond movies? Like, or is James Bond too old? Is he still relevant for anyone? Does a guy like Mo Vlogs, who interviews the richest kids in the world, would he go see a James Bond movie and like it?
Well, it's true. Which actor do you think would be, the best Bond right now? I still think Henry Cavill would be a great James Bond.
Dude, I'm a huge Henry Cavill fan. Look, all you have to do is look at Man from U.N.C.L.E. He was so great. He was so suave. He was awesome as Bond, and he or awesome as Napoleon Solo. And I would love that. I think it'd be great. Yeah. But I just don't think. Look, have you seen Bodyguard, the 6-episode BBC series?
No, I haven't. No.
Okay, it stars Richard Madden, who played Robb Stark in Game of Thrones. I implore you, as a Bond fan, watch. It's only 6 episodes, 6 hours. Watch Bodyguard. I want to say it's on Amazon. Richard Madden could be James Bond, and he's Scottish. And watch Bodyguard. First of all, if you like spy espionage thriller shit with terrorism in it, it's great. It's great. So good.
Okay, great. Thank you for talking to me. I'm really happy to be a member, and
I'm happy to have you. And by the way, it's great to talk to you. And by the way, any James Bond fan like yourself, we definitely park our shuttlecrafts in the same shuttle bay. We are lifelong fans. I'd give you a pinky swear. We'd link pinkies and be friends forever.
Okay, awesome. Okay, you have a good day. Okay.
You too, and thanks for being here, man.
Okay, thank you.
Oh my God. Who by the way, if there's anybody that I should like support his own YouTube show, Sony, you should be the man.
Hello, Rob. Do you hear me?
Well, yeah. Are those hot toys behind you?
No, I have them packed away. I have two, Superman from Henry Cavill's Man of Steel and General Zod.
Yeah, but I'm looking behind. Look what you got going on there, man. There's some good. What else figures?
You got a lot of stuff. Maybe, this is a hot toy, right?
It looks like that. You got some Batman. Yeah, there's some Hot Toys there. Look at that. Isn't that Batman in the corner of Hot Toy? No, is that statue?
Yeah, that's a cheap one, cheap knockoff.
All right, NECA, whatever. All right.
Anyways, Rob,
how you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm really good, man. Long time no fucking seen.
Look, it's been my fault. I feel bad. I moved into some new digs. I've been able to talk to you, But by the way, your comic, you still got the Kickstarter running, right?
We just finished it. Sorry, my name is Hisham. I'm the author.
Hisham, good to meet you. Yeah. You're the author.
Yes,
he's the author and my best friend.
Yeah, so nice to see you and talk to you, Rob. I heard so much good, and I watched the shows when Hasoni is on, and now this night I've been listening the whole show, and I must say we have a lot in common. Like Paul Verhoeven, I'm a big horror fan. I love reading comic books and watch movies. And when I was 5 years old or 4, my mother had a RoboCop 1 recorded on VHS, and I was watching it. And
she's a good mom. She's a good mother.
Yeah, exactly.
You tell her I said that.
So yeah, we have completed the 3rd Kickstarter, and we came in goal, and now we are on our last pages to finalize the comic book. And I have a cover here, 3 covers actually. This is the main cover
for the 3rd issue.
Wow, that's very cool. I love the logo too. Look at that. That's awesome.
Thank you. Yeah, this represents the 2 swords from Iraq.
Yeah. So hang on a second. Hang on. Since we're live on YouTube, tell us once again. Tell us what the comic is. Tell us the idea behind it. Tell us. Give us the story. Tell us the 411.
Okay.
The 1st issue.
Yeah. So it's about after the attack on the horrible attack on 9/11, the Twin Towers. The U.S. initiated their war against terror, and after that, the war against Iraq, searching for weapons of mass destruction, and they never found any. Right?
Yeah, there weren't any there.
Yeah, exactly. So in my story, it's about in a parallel world where there is a weapon of mass destruction, and his name is Wahid.
Right.
And you see this guy, Wahid means solo or single.
Yeah.
He's alone, and he's surrounded by everyone, right? You see Daesh, ISIS, you see some Iraqi troops and American troops surrounding him. So he wakes up in the year 2014, and from a secret bunker, and he escapes that bunker, and he sees that Daesh, ISIS have invaded the country. So he starts his crusade. He follows prime directives that he got from the scientist behind him. Yeah, so he put some RoboCop references because he said, look, we have a walking weapon of mass destruction here, and it's possible he kills everyone we love, right? So we need to have some fixed ideas for him, prime directives like RoboCop, serve the public trust, protect the innocent, uphold the law. Yeah.
So let me ask you this. You've now done multiple Kickstarters. You've already published the book. You've actually completed stuff, the art, we've seen it. Congratulations, by the way.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you.
And I think, a lot of people think about doing Kickstarters and think about making comics, and you guys actually did it. And you're both in Sweden, right?
Yes.
Okay.
It's very few action comics here, Rob. Very few that gets published in Sweden. It's mostly kid stuff, or just society questions. Like it's so we're I have seen some competition and respect them, and they do great work, but we are very few who do action, right, and horror and so on.
I mean, your comics look fantastic. You guys have done a great job. I've seen Hassani send me stuff, and it looks great. Now, let me ask you this. I mean, you guys actually made something. You dreamed it up and you made it happen in a country that not necessarily embraces the kind of story you want to tell, but you did it. So let me ask you this. I mean, as the writer, and Hosani, you've been supporting it and all that, and you've been supporting this channel. What is it like to be artists, to work in a country that might not necessarily embrace your work? How do you keep going? Like, a lot of people come to this channel and they always ask me, like, Rob, I want to make something. How do I do it? I'm like, well, you just have to go do it. And you guys did it. And you did it in a country, like I just said, that does not have a tradition of action comics or horror and sci-fi. So where do you guys begin? How do you start your journey? How did you first come together to make this comic?
Yeah, so I studied, and I always loved movies, as I told you before, and so I went to New York Film Academy to study filmmaking. But after the education, when I finished it, I realized making movies cost so much. Yeah. And I always wanted to do something epic, but that would take millions. Yes. But making a comic book is a cheaper way to let your ideas flow and just do whatever you want, as long as it fits the story, right? So I I was writing for a year while I was working and as a teacher. So after a year, I sent out an ad on Facebook, like, I'm looking for these artists. I have these examples of what I like and so on. And then I met this guy, Fredrik Mattsson, Fedde, and we started working on ideas. And then, it evolved, and it took us, we are on our 6th year of producing and world building. And because I put a lot of effort in details, because everything costs, right? You have to make it as cost effective as possible, but still get your ideas out, right? You can't, for example, if you have this Berserk, Kentaro Miura's.
Berserk is great.
I love it.
So good.
Yeah, and he did the art and the writing, everything, right? And that is very cost effective. I would love to do something like that, but I have to, take that into consideration. Every page costs, but we put a lot in our page. You can look at the same pictures many times and find something new according to our readers, which is the effect I wanted. The second issue is about God coming to Earth after being birthed from a
some small story that's inconsequential.
Yeah, right. So we made this character, the villain, the antagonist, who is named Adamu. And
wow, that's really, what a great, the art is so good.
Thank you. Yeah,
Thank you, Rob.
You can check it out. Check us out on infidelcomics.com. That's our
wait. Infidelcomics.com. So can people buy your comics and the merch on infidelcomics.com?
Yes, you can order them there.
Yes.
And Rob.
Okay, I gotta say, everybody, whatever your disposition is, go to infidelcomics.com. Support these two madmen in their dream, this comic book. They deserve your support. Infidelcomics.com. Go there, buy their work.
Infidel Comics. Yes, Rob.
That's amazing.
I heard you love Kubrick. You love it. Space Odyssey 2001. What I loved about it.
We have the same taste. Yeah. Exactly the same taste.
And we did this. I hired this guy to make Jack.
Wait a minute. Do you have a face hugger tattoo on your arm?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, that's one of the greatest tattoos I've ever seen. Wait, you got to show that. You get closer to the camera. Wow, that is some great work, dude. Where'd you get that done? In Sweden?
Yeah.
Because HR Giger, come on.
Yeah.
Wow,
right?
that is awesome. What is that the alien ink on your upper on your upper arm right there?
No, that's
the Predator.
Which one?
No, on your arm. What is that? I couldn't see what that is. No, not the up on your arm. Yeah, what is that?
That's the Punisher logo coming through the skin.
Oh my God, that is so cool. That is some amazing ink, dude. That is awesome. Wow.
Thank you.
You're a true believer. You're an imagination connoisseur. You park your shuttlecraft in my shuttle ban. That's a
thank you.
Cheers
Thank
to
you.
you.
Cheers to you.
Thank you,
I
Rob.
wish
Thank you,
I have water.
Well, you can't drink, right?
No. I'm an agnostic. I drink. I smoke weed. Everything.
Oh, great.
Agnostic. Yeah.
Look at that.
Look at this
Oh, amazing.
You
I
know,
love those books. So good.
Right? They have all the comments. You know, the notes.
Yes. How great is that? So
yeah,
good.
Yeah. So Rob, we have this reference as well to G.I. Joe for the new and limited variant cover.
Look at that cover. That's amazing.
Thank you,
Wow.
Rob. Thank you, Rob.
Infidel Comics Group.
You know, you have these.
You guys should make that. You should make a poster of that and sell it.
Right? Yeah. We have some posters coming up, but in the size of a comic book. You know.
Yeah, but you should do that. So it's infidelcomics.com.
Yeah.
Infidelcomics.com.
Rob, just want to say that I saw that movie that we were talking about, The Path of Glory. Oh my God, Rob, what a movie, man!
So good, right?
Glory. And Doctor Strangelove. I saw it for the first time last 2 days ago.
It's so good, isn't it?
That's the best. It's the fucking best. A dark comedy.
Dark comedy.
Yes, dark comedy I've ever seen.
It's the greatest. You can't fight in here. This is the war room.
Yes. It's hilarious.
Such a good movie. Peter Sellers with those 3 characters.
So good.
Oh my God.
My Führer! I can walk. So good.
It's so good.
What a movie.
So good. Well, gentlemen, it's so good to see you again, Sony. Great to meet you. And once again, infidelcomics.com.
Yes.
Support these madmen in their endeavors, their artistic endeavors. They dreamt it up. They thought it out. They made it happen. And how many people can say that? Congratulations.
Thank you.
And
Thank you,
when does the next issue come out?
We are. I would say no, maybe in 2 months or 3 months. Will
2 or 3
max.
months?
Yeah.
And people can go, but you can still order stuff. You can order the issues on infidelcomics.com.
First 2 issues you can.
No, you can
order
pre-order the 3rd issue as well.
Now, are they in English?
Yes.
Okay, so they're in English, so everyone can read them. Well, everyone that's watching, I don't mean to be an Americanist, but if you can read English, you can buy these comics. These gentlemen are in Sweden right now, along with Stubble McShave and Emil Jonsson. You know, it's funny. We have Sweden is one of the great supporters of this channel, by the way. One of the great countries in the world.
That's nice to hear, Rob.
So I want to thank you both, and it's very exciting that you're doing this, and congratulations.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you,
Rob.
Thank you so much, Rob.
Thank you for doing the show. Thank you.
And Rob, talk to you on the next chat. Bye.
Bye.
All right, see you guys later. So for those of you who didn't get that, it's infidelcomics.com. And support those guys, because why wouldn't you? Sony, by the way, is one of the favorite people of this channel. Whenever he's on the show, everyone's like, I love that guy. There he is, all the way down. It's winter there in New Zealand, yeah?
Yeah, unfortunately, it's winter now. So while the sky is a bit still blue, there's a lot of cloud and it's reasonably cold. Well, coldish. I'm not sure how cold it gets there in California for you, but it's coldish here. How are you, Rob?
Well, you know what? I'm good, but I'm not drinking a Monteith's Black.
Who is right now?
Which is my favorite New Zealand beer. Just so you know, do they still make it?
Oh yeah, you can get it on down at the pub.
Yeah, well, you can't get it here. You know why? Because you won't allow nuclear vessels. The nuclear vessels to and you can't import New Zealand hooch to America, which pisses me off because damn, do I love Monteith's black.
Oh well, I'm sure sooner or later that'll change. I'm sure
It's
it
been
will.
15 years, brother.
Yeah.
The last time I was in New Zealand was in 2005. So that was 17 years ago. It's been 17 years since I've had the glorious Monteith's black flow across my teeth and down my gullet. Damn it. While I listen to Fat Freddy's Drop.
Fat Freddy's Drop.
Which I just picked up I moved my the last. First of all, if you guys, everyone's like, what the hell? So there's a band in New Zealand that's comprised of a lot of different people. The lineup has changed. It's called Fat Freddy's Drop. I know you, but let me tell you, I saw them twice. My God, what a band!
Indeed. Yeah, sort of a lost sort of thing. The big multi-piece brass, woodwind, and electronic instruments sort of ensemble.
I always felt that like whoever they knew, they could just come up and play, but it was like being at a Pink Floyd or you know what? Fat Freddy's Drop was a combination of Pink Floyd and the Grateful Dead. They would start these instrumentals that would last like 25 minutes. It was amazing.
Right.
I fucking love New Zealand. I miss it. If I was a rich billionaire, I'd build my apocalypse bunker and just live outside of New Zealand and come in. I go to Molly Malone's, which used to be across from the Duxton, which is not the Duxton anymore.
You can't go to Molly Malone's anymore, mate.
Why not?
There's no such place. It shut down years ago. Sorry about that.
You know what? I'd reopen it and I'd run that shit.
That's great. Billionaire plan. Great. Well, I will wait for your billions to roll in and come and buy a pint from you for sure.
You wouldn't have to buy a pint. You'd have a free of charge. You'd come in. We do YouTube shows from the new bar, the new Molly Malone's. The Duxton isn't even the Duxton anymore.
I think it's a museum. Is it the museum hotel?
Well, the museum was across the way on the waterfront. The Duxton was like kitty corner from it, but they changed the name.
What it is now? I have to find out and flick you a super chat one day with the new name.
God damn you, Kiwis! Just send me an email. Come on.
I've got something to share, and it ties in nicely to your last guest. Actually, it's sort of a cosmic type coincidence. So a while ago, I sent you a super chat about a independent comic from Canada that I read many back in the 80s, Starstone, which I found on Amazon. It's gonna be backwards here. What can I say? It's sort of 80s independent comic glory. So it's black and white.
What a great cover that is.
Oh yeah, it was only ever a 3-issue limited series. There's only 3 issues of it ever. I think Aircell Media went out of business. But
sure.
It's the real sort of 80s, Eastman and Laird style independent sort of comic look.
Look at but like it's like Jeff Darrow. Look at the detailing of the art.
Yeah. It's brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah.
Anyway, I thought I'd recommend it to you. It's not an incredibly deep, I wouldn't say it's that original really. I mean, it's mostly a pastiche of different sort of ideas. You got magic and technology and androids and mutants and all kinds of interesting things. But,
which means it's delicious and the entire audience watching the show right now would love it.
What year is this? Hang on. This is 1987.
Wow.
Yeah. So I remember reading it, decades ago and thinking, what would ever happen to those guys? So I got it on Amazon. It was less than $10 US.
But
so
you got.
I'd recommend. Sorry.
You got it. You know what's so strange, or not strange, but here's something that meant something to you that came out in 87. You know what's kind of depressing?
What's that?
Is how much awesome stuff has come out that people forget even existed. They don't even know, and you went out and found it. So, and on this show right now, we're live on the internet. By you showing it, maybe somebody else will find it and it will perpetuate a thing. I mean, I always say on the show that it depresses me that A generation is 20 years. And I just randomly threw out the fact that pop culture has a 20-year half-life, like plutonium. And the farther you go back, the less anything like, think about it. You go back, if you went back 100 years to 1922, there were some great movies being made.
Oh, yeah.
Does anyone know one of them?
You've got me there.
Yeah, me too. Even I'm like, all I could think about was Murnau's Sunrise. Was that 1922? I'm hoping. I don't really know. And the only reason I know that is because it's one of the most famous silent films ever that you see in film school. But the point that I'm making is that, like, you know, no, even if it was the most important movie in the world, nobody cares. 100 years ago, how does that matter to me? But the fact is,
there is a flip side to that.
Yes, please go ahead.
Flip side. And the flip side to that would be, you know, according to your maths, which I will not dispute, as you're far more of an expert on film than I, according to your maths, that means that if entertainment only has a half-life of 10 years, that the sludge that we've got at the moment will be dead and buried by 2032.
Well, hang on. It's 20 years, just so you know.
Oh, sorry.
And it doesn't mean that it just means in terms of relevance to people's lives. Now, the addendum to that is the new Gen Z, what is it? The people up to like 19 to 20 now don't give a fuck about movies. Movies are we don't know it yet. They're an irrelevant. People are like, well, Rob, you know, Top Gun Maverick and Jurassic World and Lightyear. Movies are irrelevant to culture. We're just assuming they still are. They are not. It's gaming, it's social media. The world has changed. People are putting themselves in their own media. And eventually, look, everyone loves a great story. We'll always love great stories. But right now, what Hollywood doesn't understand, what all the media conglomerates don't understand, what all the people, the one thing you need to get is that in 2022, people are the center of their own fantasy. And whether it's gaming, narrative, whatever, it's not a bad thing. It's just where we're at. And I think we're on the cusp of, like, you find a comic book you loved in the 80s. That comic book is awesome. How awesome is that? But you know what? That comic book is outside yourself. It was something you loved, something someone else made. I, like you, grew up in that same world. My Star Trek was a Star Trek about a place that I aspired to one day be at, that I knew I would never be worthy of. I would never get
don't
there.
be hard on yourself, mate. Don't be like that. Come on.
No, hang on.
Come on.
But modern
Robert
Star
Burnett,
Trek, modern Star Trek,
USS
modern.
Pegasus, come on. Come on.
But modern.
What would your starship name be? Come on. What would your starship name be? Captain Robert Burnett. USS Go. What is it?
You know what?
Verisimilitude. There we go.
No, because that's a thing. It doesn't honor anything.
Oh. I think that'd be cool.
No, yeah, but the singularity is cool, but it's too generic. My starship would have to honor something. You know what it might be? The USS Frederick Douglass. Come on. Right. You know, one of my favorite American statesmen, one of the greatest orators of all time, the USS Frederick Douglass would be my ship, because that way I could take the sticker off my mic. Finally, and people are like, why? It's so funny to me. Like, I was sent a bunch of stickers. A friend of mine sent me them, and I this was my favorite. You know, Frederick Douglass, whatever. You know, it's, and that's why I chose the people. Like, people have always. This has been going on for like 2 years. Why do you have that sticker on your microphone? Like, who are you to do that? Are you trying to, like, get points with people? I'm like, actually, I need to be reminded of how to speak well. That's like to be a good orator. Can I speak well? I don't know.
Ooh, what about vessel of USS Vessel of Peace, the USS Fred Rogers, maybe?
You know what?
The friendliest starship in space.
Hang on a second. The Fred Rogers, not a bad starship name.
No.
I think that you can't. Here's something else. The original 12 starships, the Constellation, the Potemkin, the Hood. There's a reason why they were named that. But I think that starship names after that or whatever, a great starship name has to have resonance to the people that made it resonate. It's important. Like, I think that a great starship name should evoke an emotional response. And the singularity, to me, it's a generic term. Frederick Douglass, the USS Fred. That's my starship. You know why? Because I better be able to talk when I meet a good alien civilization. I better be able to speak clearly and make an alien civilization understand what needs to be known. And if I could do that without getting blown up, perhaps that would be a good thing. Well, we got Mike Alito, so we got two people. We should just talk to Mike Alito. He doesn't have to put his hand up. Well.
Hey, Rob.
Tom, how are you, sir?
Good. I got the con.
Oh, I saw that, but that's the Space Seed con. That's not the Star Trek. That's the real con. That's the vintage con.
And there's your mirror.
Is that? Oh, is that?
Kirk.
Is that like with the Pike haircut? What's going on there? Come on.
No, it's the mirror version of Kirk.
He looks good, man. But remember, he's not the mirror version of Kirk. He's our Kirk. He just happens to have been transposed into the mirror clothes.
How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing well. The question is, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm getting ready to move.
I know. Now, you excited? By the way, moving sucks.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm finally in a place where I'm like, oh, I've got all the shelves into the place, but alphabetizing books sucks.
It does. I have all my books. Like, I'm going to get a bookshelf because I'm going to put all my heavy books on the bottom shelf. And
well, yes, it anchors the shelves. Yes, that's what I'm doing too.
Yes, my double books. That's all my art of Star Wars and stuff like that. I have the art of Mandalorian season 1 and season 2.
I need to get that. I have all the art of Star Wars books, but I don't have the Mandalorian. It goes up to Clone Wars, I think.
Do you have the art of Galaxy's Edge?
Yes, I do.
That's a great one. That's really nice looking. And
I have the original hardcovers of Art of Star Wars, Art of Empire, and Art of Jedi, and those were. I mean, it's so weird that I have books. I was moving books. Some of my Stephen King books are over 40 years old. I'm like, wow, gonna die soon.
I went to the movies last weekend and I saw Jurassic World Dominion, which rumor has it that we might be getting an extended cut of that.
Oh, great. Do we need it? Look.
It's not. It is not as bad as people say.
First of all, Rob, did you see?
Wait. Oh, Mike Alito's. He can. Oh, yes, sir. Wait. Hang on. Mikey's take on this movie is pretty great.
Oh, you talking about Jurassic World Dominion?
Yeah.
I didn't have a problem with the film, except that earlier you were talking about. Well, let's put it this way. Do you think that Dr. Wu is a character that needed to be redeemed? Aside from that, I didn't have any problem with the film. I thought it was a fun film. I didn't have a problem with Spoiler Gang, The Locust, None of
But
that.
do you think that's what people wanted to see?
No, I know exactly what people wanted to see, especially so-called Americans. They wanted to see dinosaurs running around the cities of the United States.
Look, man, that's what I want to see. All I wanted from this movie was dinosaurs killing people, eating people, or running across the Great Plains with dudes on horseback. That's it. That's all I
Well,
wanted.
you got some of that.
Yeah, that's all I wanted, man.
I tell you, Rob, and I didn't mean to interrupt Tom while he was talking. I'm starting to
We'll
take
let this go this time, Mikey Lito.
By the way, well, you should just can you let Fernando Barrero into the conversation?
All the merrier.
Just open it up. Let's bring us all in. Come on.
Yeah.
Why not?
Right.
Dude, I am with you. Can you imagine Chris Pratt? Get your stinking paws off me, you damn dirty raptor.
But you had a lot of, but you had that. You had dinosaurs. You had chases through you had chases with dinosaurs and people get eaten. And you even had a little bit of nostalgia in the movie as well.
But
So
they didn't eat any of the stars, though, Fernando. So
I'm sorry?
They didn't eat any of the stars.
Oh.
Dude, I want to eat Bryce Dallas Howard. Oh, wait, what? Hang on. Wait, hang on. What? Like, sorry, hang on. Uh-oh.
You want the NR rating.
Uh-oh. Wait, I'm kidding. She's married. She's a nice married lady. What'd you think I said?
But I'm pretty much where Tom is now, is that I just go into any kind of IP without expectations, because modern IP, in my opinion, these days, it's all about things that have happened in the past, where we know where the destination is, and the writers have to work to stay within the confines of the destination. And so even a piece of IP that I'm looking forward to, Andor, we know what the end result is eventually. So
however, I think Andor is going to be really good.
No, so do I.
Oh yeah.
For the same reasons that you mentioned. I think early on I said, there's no volume. It's far away from Los Angeles and Atlanta. It should be great. And the star of the program has a lot of control as to how the show is going to go down. So I think that it's going to be really good. But nevertheless, we still know the end result of what it's going to be. And one of my biggest problems with Obi-Wan Kenobi is everyone's complaining about, he should be on Tatooine and worried about Luke. We know from Star Wars, A New Hope, which I know Rob refers to as Star Wars, that Luke wasn't...
Because that's what it was called.
I know, I understand that. But Luke wasn't trained until that movie. So what did we expect to happen with Luke and Obi-Wan during the series? Fandoms, I'm really tired of toxic fandom. It's really getting on my nerves.
Me too.
Agreed.
I spent yesterday being the toxic fan of all time.
Yes, I still have to go down that rabbit hole.
Awesome graphic, Rob.
What's that?
And then I responded to Rob. You said, don't send me those clouds and beam. And then I sent the one of you, again, yelling at the clouds. And I put, old man yelling at clouds.
No, it you know what I find really interesting? So, Mikey, so I threw out a hot take about, and all I said was, people who watch Strange New Worlds don't read science fiction. Well, most people don't read science fiction, much less people who watch Strange New Worlds. People who read in general, the general population doesn't read.
Exactly.
They just don't. So I said, people who watch Strange New Worlds don't read science fiction. That's all I said. Right. Then I said, and before you start throwing your ire at me and your memes of old man shouting at clouds, why don't you send me your lists of science fiction novels and I'll judge them? Now, and that's all I said. Mm-hmm. Oh my God, did I unleash a firestorm? By the way, I knew I would. But what was really interesting was how all these people said, you are a toxic fan, you are a gatekeeper. And I'm like, I'm a gatekeeper? All I said was people who watch Strange New Worlds, the people that they don't read science fiction. And by the way, that's actually true. Most of the population doesn't read science fiction. And the people that watch Strange New Worlds certainly don't. Right. Some do. And I got a lot of people, they're like, you're a toxic gatekeeper, but here's my list of great science fiction novels. and it was so funny to watch, because I was like, I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, first of all, no, these people that came to tell me I was an asshole, I was a toxic fan, all this fucked up shit, they don't even follow me. They found me based on these threads. And what I found interesting about it was, what makes someone decide to go tell somebody that they don't know or know anything about them? They go on, they're like, fuck you, you douchebag piece of shit. And I'm like, everything I wanted to prove based on this tweet was absolutely, and even somebody that I know I've had a past relationship with, that I've had a funny past relationship with,
right,
came after me really hard. Wow. And was like, you are toxic, you know. And I'm like, you don't even watch my channel. Like, I'm on YouTube literally every day. I mean, whether it's a John Campy show, this show, whatever, like, where, please show me. And yet yesterday, I spent the entire day, and by the way, by definition, it was my own doing. But what was really frustrating was I kept asking people, they were imposing on me, you've told me that my interests are not important. And I'm like, all I said was that Strange New Worlds is for people that haven't read science fiction.
Right.
That's it.
You know, Rob, I look at it this way. It's your opinion.
Yeah.
And yet people don't hear that term, it's your opinion. You're attacking them.
By the way,
you're not allowed to have an opinion unless it's their opinion.
Yeah, of course. Here's the funny thing. They don't. It's not like the people there's a lot of people that sent me their lists of science fiction books. Science fiction is a niche genre. If you took 100 people right now and asked them, do you read, what was the last book you read? You might get answers from 20 of those people. And I'll bet you 1 or 2 of those people would give you a science fiction answer. So what I said was a supposition that is already been proven to be true. And so, man, people freaked the fuck out. And it was so interesting. And all they did was look at you, Tom, they insulted me. People that don't follow me, that I don't know, jumped into the fray and they came and to destroy me. And what's interesting, I didn't say anything. I just waited. I'm bemused. My default position is bemusement. But wow.
Yes, I noticed sometimes people will go, well, look who's had another opinion about Star Trek. Surprise, surprise. And then they'll be like, why does he have to say something like this? Well, then why do you have to say something like that about what he's saying, what Rob's saying? It's like, it's an opinion. Everybody has one. You respect it. And if you don't say anything. Just go about your day. They're just words.
What's really interesting is we live in a world now where the very people that are talking about inclusion and they're the worst. I mean, they're the fascists because they're the ones that only want their kind of inclusion. And it's really weird. Like my entire brand, my entire life, I like people, all kinds of people. I've always my favorite thing in the world is human beings. I don't care if you're short, tall, fat, small, straight, gay. I don't give a fuck.
Right.
I like you. You know why? Because you're fucking awesome. That's why. And every single person has a story to tell. And when I say this, it's become a cliche now. I say that every single person that I don't know has a story to tell that I haven't heard. And all of those stories are valuable. All of them.
I saw someone post on Twitter yesterday. There's a scene in The Strange New Worlds where the woman, she was talking to Spock saying he was Vulcan, not Vulcan, but not human, and he was in between. And someone said, for the first time, they felt seen because they were a non-binary person, and they got that line, and how excited it made them.
Yep.
And how it made them
because
feel.
it was about them.
But you know what? I don't think any person who, I think people that are in that state that feel that way want to say something, but then they don't because they're afraid of what the backlash will be. But when someone can come out and say something like that, I think that's great because they're saying, hey, I don't care what you have to say about me. This is who I am. And I think that's fantastic. But when you use it as an agenda, that is when it gets dicey.
Here's my problem. The people who are writing Star Trek are writing the show to get that response. They are pandering to those people for them to say, look at us. Aren't we great?
Actually, Rob, I doubt that you have, but have you watched the Ready Room interview with Alex Kurtzman?
Oh no, you know what? I have not.
What you just said is confirmed in that interview.
Oh, it is. I do not. It angers me so much that you have people, by the way, who have not experienced the lives of others that have those people, LGBTQ people. You have people that aren't them that are standing up going, let me tell you a story and then let me make something of your experience. And it is fucking angering. And by this week's episode of let's and by the way, they are willing to sacrifice a character like Spock or Cybok and bend them to their will. It is so gross and disingenuous. And if Alex Kurtzman did say that when TV writers go out these days, we want to out woke one another. It's really
that's disturbing.
It doesn't serve anyone well.
Tom, if you haven't heard this interview, it's unfortunately a 1 hour interview. And
this interview,
Kurtzman and Will Wheaton, like the whole Star Trek family, if you will, it's so insular that it really bears no resemblance to reality.
Yeah.
This is on Paramount.
Well, Mikey, I mean, let me ask you: when you watch something like this, how does it make you feel?
I just watch it for entertainment value. I'm just trying to drag some kind of entertainment value out of what it is that I'm watching. Because, for example, Christine Chapel should not even be a character in this show. They've already damaged everything that's happened in the original series, as far as Christine Chapel is concerned. So I don't know what's going on there, especially it wasn't the last episode. It was the episode prior to that where she and Spock had this faked out romance in order to throw everybody off the track. I'm sorry?
It was this episode that just showed up that they did when they both pretended they were having an affair. Yes. That was this past episode, yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. Well, but my point is that it totally threw off all the angst of the character in the original series.
Yeah. Now, here's my question to you. I don't think these people, and this is what I've seen with modern Star Trek, I don't think these people actually understand what they're making. They're trying to apply other, like a template that they've learned on other shows onto Star Trek, and they've tried to transform it into something that they understand.
It was obvious to me from this Kurtzman interview that they don't. That's not what their goal is. Star Trek for them began with the 2009 film, and everything else that happened in the original shows, they just use for story jumping off points,
or they just steal shit from Star Trek novels, too. or now they're mining. I mean, those who walk away from Umlaus, they just fucking stole Ursula K. Le Guin's story. They just flat out stole it.
And their plan is to use these episodes from the earlier series in future plot points, as Rob just pointed out a couple of seconds ago. Cybok. Now, as soon as I saw that at the end of that episode, I just started laughing because I'm going like, it's like more of the same.
Well, what here's what's funny. I mean, everyone loves TNG. Somebody contacted me, he goes back and forth. He's incredulous about my opinions about Star Trek. He can't reconcile it. So he's like, well, I kind of agree with you, and then I don't. And it's funny because we go back and forth. And what people do not understand about me, and I'll say it right away, I love Star Trek. Love it. Since 2009, the people that have been making Star Trek have tried to turn it into something that isn't Star Trek. They're trying to turn it into something else. They're trying to make it mainstream to appeal to the same people that the MCU or Star Trek, or pardon me, Star Wars appeals to. But inherently, the Star Trek franchise will never be that. It was always niche. And the idea that you think Star Trek can be Star Wars means you're a fucking idiot. You're dumb. You're stupid. Star Trek was always niche.
Yeah.
It will never, ever be mainstream. And when I sit there and I feel like, and the 487th person who sent me the Simpsons meme, old man railing at clouds. It's gotten to the point where I want to say like, oh, wow, you're 400 people in. You should go back to school and get a PhD because you're not very smart. I don't want to say that.
When Emma clued me into your tweet, and I looked at it, you had 309 responses. I'm looking at it now. It's up to 516.
Yeah, and how many? It's amazing, right?
And I told her I'm gonna have to like dive into this and what have you. It would probably take me a whole day to read through this thing, but I really enjoy reading stupid comments now because toxic fandom is so ridiculous that it's actually entertaining.
Well, I love the fact that what's very funny about when you do this, most of the people that jump in and like they insult me. These people that are supporting, there shouldn't be toxic fandom. Their knee-jerk reaction is to skewer me. What they don't even know me, but it's actually a lot of fun. I love it. I'm like, okay. And yesterday, I woke up and I did my I did the Mike Bodden. We were driving to work, the
road tripping.
Road tripping with Mike. And I said, Mike, I have decided today that I'm going to be a gatekeeper. I'm the final arbiter of all fandom. And I said that. I gave him a whole diatribe. And then I went to the John Campea show. We opened it up and I said, you know what, Chris? I have decided that I am the final arbiter of all of fandom. I am the gatekeeper. And not only that, I'm the key master too, or whatever I said. So I did this, and then I tweeted out about Star Trek. So this was a setup. Like there's actually an audio and a video, whole thing, and it happened. And my God, even right now, so many people have people I love the most. They're like, well, fuck you, you gatekeeper, but here are my favorite books. and that was the best part. That was the best part. I love that. I love that they did that. And I'm like, amazing, awesome. And the funny thing was, the people that excoriated me or whatever, they did not give me a book. They didn't give me a book. And I'm like, so, and the funny thing about it was, no one reads science fiction novels. I mean, a very small part of the fandom does, me being one of them. I've known this for 50 fucking years. I joined the sci-fi book club when I was 10 in 1977. No one read science fiction novels even back then. So for me to go, Star Trek Strange New Worlds is a TV show made for people that don't read science fiction novels. That's all I said. You're a bullying, toxic fan. I'm like, do you read science fiction novels?
No.
Do you? They don't. Do not.
The question that they don't ask you is, why is this your opinion?
Well,
and once they say something like that, they can open up the dialogue, and then they'll be like, oh, okay, but that's too easy.
They're not
for someone to
interested
do.
in having a dialogue.
No, they don't. They don't. Look at the responses. I mean, you know what? Yeah, I was about to tweet. I wouldn't do this, but I was about to tweet. My God, your responses have made me realize my life is useless. I'm going to kill myself.
Don't do that.
I would never do that. But you know what? Though the very people that object to me, that called me, it's so funny. They called me a bully. They're the ones that are like, "Fuck you, you bully! Fuck off!" But yeah, and I'm like, you know what? You're right. I realize I'm a piece of shit. I'm gonna go hang myself because you've made me realize I'm awful. And it is very interesting, in that whole weird thing.
Yeah.
But what I find, like, my whole thing, my brand is, hey, let's all come in. Let's have a good conversation. Let's have fun. I've been doing it for 4 fucking years. You can go out there and see it. I love it. Like, these people that don't know, nor should people, like, but the people that don't know me are the first people to be like, fuck that guy, which is fine. No problem there. But what's interesting is it makes me realize and makes me think twice. My whole fear is civility. What happens when society breaks down and there's no civility? Where unkind word gets a bullet in your head. We're there.
We're there already.
We're there. We're there already. And I'm like, man, my entire raison d'etre in life is I like people. And I genuinely do.
Your interview just now with Hashim and Hassani should prove that.
Oh my God. Right? I mean,
you have been one of the most supportive people on YouTube to many of us.
But here's the thing. Everybody in this community, you, Mikey, everyone, come on, Roberto. Come on. I mean, amazing. Tom. I mean, it's all of you guys. I mean, aren't you all awesome? Like, aren't you all doing shit that's cool?
Well, just to quote a tweet here, Rob, stay bitter.
Well, the funny thing is, what's funny is I'm not bitter. Justin, do you think, you're a big physical media collector. Do you think, would you say that Rob Burnett, he hates physical media and hates everyone else?
If someone told me that, I'd have to question their logic. It's like have you actually watched or see what Rob says?
But here's the thing, they don't. And right. So like yesterday, Fernando, can you speak?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Fernando, we can hear you.
Okay.
Like, here's the thing. So here's the thing. So I need someone like Fernando Barrero. For me, he's not just Fernando, he's Fernando Barrero. Now for me, I love that. I love that. We've never met, we've never broken bread, we don't know each other. And you've talked to me about your mom and the story. So in my mind, in my life, I have this friend named Fernando Barrero and his mom.
Right.
Who's awesome. So for me, in a weird microcosm, no one understands it. I walk around all day. I don't sit there and go, hey, I have a friend named Fernando Barrero, and I really like his unseen mother. And in my mind, I don't say that, but like when we do these member calls, like Fernando, to me, you delight me. The fact that you're not just a member, but the fact that I know somebody named, someone's like, yeah, Fernando Barrero. Yeah. I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, no, you can't just do it. It's like Fernando Barrero. You have to, and a lot of people might not think that's fun or find some enjoyment from that. I do. Isn't that great? It's the same thing. Like it's the same. Or Roberto Suarez.
That's right.
I mean, come on, man. Or Tom.
And then Rob gets to me and he goes, Tom.
Yeah.
No. No, you stop me. To me, it's like, your name is not Tom. Your name is like Tom Jr. Jackson. It's one word.
Yeah, I'll give you this. I went and saw Lightyear yesterday, and after the movie, the person that runs the movie theater that I went to downtown here stopped me and asked me what I thought of the movie. And I said, I liked it, and we got this conversation. And I said, I used to come here as a kid. This movie theater opened up back in 1929.
Wow.
And it closed in 1986. And I said, I remember the last movie that played here before this closed. She goes, what was it? I go, Breaking 2 Electric Boogaloo. She goes, I must have missed that one. And wow. I said, I remember coming here and seeing E.T. with my parents when they had the regular seats, and then right above there was like a balcony.
Yeah.
And I was talking to her all about this, and I said, a lot of the time, I mentioned you. I go, I have this friend that lives out in California. His name is Robert Meyer Burnett. He's a director. He's made movies. He does YouTube. He does just about everything. And he owns a small gate that he keeps for Star Trek. but I said, you know, I respect his opinion. I may not agree with some things, but no one agrees with everybody all the time.
Right. Sure.
But I agree. But the things that I do agree with is how you have the enthusiasm of people like me, like Fernando, like RM.
Wait, Tom. It's Fernando. Come on. Get it right. Fernando.
I'm from the East Coast. I have an East Coast accent, my friend. I can't do it.
Okay, you can say this. Barrero. Come on, dude. Barrero. It's so awesome. It's so much fun to say. By the way, you know what? If you're not going down on someone, saying Fernando Barrero is kind of close.
Well, I'm going down and I'm saying.
By the way, Fernando, don't tell Mom I said that. Don't tell her. Come on, man. It's only for you. Your mom's like going, "Oh my God, I heard that."
Yeah, if I'm going down on someone and I'm saying Fernando's name, questions will be asked.
Actually, to be honest,
yes.
To be real honest, if you really think about it, if you Fernando Barrero into your tip of your tongue, maybe perhaps that could be the key to opening up all women's lives. One never knows.
You never know.
Just saying.
Never know.
Fernando, don't tell your mom
I won't.
Said that. I just want you to know that I still mean all the best respect.
Of course.
I just want you to know.
Absolutely.
Although, you know, having your name equated to great oral sex is not such a bad thing.
No, it's not.
I'm just kidding. Don't say it. I'm sorry. I'm going to a play tonight. Where were we, Tom?
What I was saying
Fernando Barrero.
I brought up your name, and then I said he directed this movie called Free Enterprise. And as I said that, someone walked by me and they went, "Did you say Free Enterprise?" I go, "Yeah." And this guy went into a 15-minute thing about how much he loved Free Enterprise. There's a lot of love for that movie, Rob.
There is.
Yeah, I mean, look, our executive producer owns the negative. Won't give it to us. So I mean, I look, for the last 3 or 4 years I've been trying to create a I'm trying to buy it back,
right?
And I need between 150,000, I think $250,000 to buy it back. I can make that money back. There have been many people that have come to me about buying it back and the money, and the guy that financed the film is in a very bad place in his life. And the reason, honestly, the reason he doesn't want to sell it to us is because we're having fun. I swear to God. And oh yes, yeah,
right.
Yes, let's end the. First of all, let me just say, if I can just give a shout out, thank you to everyone who supports the Post Geek Singularity. It's a great community. I love all of you and everyone that is here. I mean, you know, it's funny, as I am deemed a what am I called, a bullying fan or whatever. Let me just say that the Post Geek Singularity since 2018 has been one of the most inclusive, greatest communities on YouTube. Thank you to everybody who supports the channel, and thank you to everybody who's been on this live chat. My God, are you people awesome? Now, that said, I might be a monumental douchebag, and if you want to call me one, please go to the postgeeksingularity.com website, send me a letter, go to the Post Geek Singularity YouTube channel, and if you think I'm a fucking monumental douchebag, please write down here, send me a comment, send me something. Be you know what? Stand up for your convictions. And if you think I'm a toxic fan, My God, someone actually said to me today, have you looked at his IMDb profile? Well, okay, let me just say that Dota Dragon's Blood season 3 starts in the second week of August, which I was the animatic editor for. It's a great show. I hope you like it. And by the way, if you hate my guts, please put your IMDb in the chat below. And you I just want you. Let's do a Godzilla versus Megalon battle. Whose IMDb is better than mine? Hey, look, man, I'm not saying I've made no money, but I'm having a good time. You should too. And you could be if you became a member, like all these great people that are members of the postgeeksingularity.com. And by the way, a special thanks to Roberto Suarez for making chats. Yes, see? And Fernando Barrero and Justin Toner, one of the great moderators, and Mike Alito, who, by the way, his aunt, a movie about their lives, won a Peabody Award.
Wow.
Oh, my God. Mikey?
Yes, sir.
Tell us about that film. What movie is that?
It's My Name is Paulie Murray. It is currently streaming probably forever on Amazon Prime Video. She just had her portrait hung at the Yale Club in New York City, where it will be displayed prominently in the lobby. And the film has won the Peabody Award. It has won the DuPont Columbia Silver Baton and the American Bar Association Silver Gavel. So she is a person that every person who is a citizen of the United States and trying to be a citizen of the United States in one form or another should find out about, because she was a person that backed human rights, regardless of what kind of human that you were, whether it was male, female, gay, straight, pick a label. She was working on it. So by all means, watch the film. As I said, it's currently streaming on Amazon Prime Video, and it's called My Name is Paulie Murray. And yes, I'm extremely proud of her.
Nice.
Ladies and gentlemen, my God, to have these kinds of members on this channel, amazing. Shout out to Michael Leo. Shout out to My Name is Paulie Murray. Shout out to his aunt, Paulie Murray. And
by the way, I had a couple of relatives at the Yale Club come up to me and go, "You've been on YouTube. We see what you're doing."
Well, there's a reason we've seen Mike Alito on YouTube, because he's a cogent, clear thinker, and he has something to say that you need to listen to. And one of the great things about this channel and the members of this channel, all of them are imagination connoisseurs par excellence. And you can join the channel and join the chat, join the exchange of ideas. And I want to thank everyone who continues to do so. So thank you. Robservations will become not only will Robservations be back with a vengeance, but so will Whining About Movies. Because my God, I would rather argue with Elizabeth Gwendolyn Bell about movies than like how we're going to spend money to, like, I don't know, paint or do something. Because my God, yeah, laugh all you want, fuzzball. And that said, thank you to Roberto Suarez and to Mike Bodden for setting all this up. And thank you all for participating in this member chat.